Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to you, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the Double Oncom Award-winning The Show Must Go Online, bringing you live performed readings of Shakespeare's complete plays with a global cast every Wednesday. Tonight's grand alumni production of Hamlet will commence in approximately 15 minutes' time. I'm Robert Miles, actor, writer, director, and creator of the Shakespeare Deck. A big announcement tonight: the Shakespeare Deck is finally, at long last, back in stock. The Shakespeare Deck is a powerful portable toolkit for actors, offering 40 cards with 90 helpful explainers, exercises and prompts, covering everything from forensic linguistics and rhetoric to working the text and engaging the audience, making it an ideal buy for actors, theatre makers, students and enthusiasts who want to crack Shakespeare's codes and unlock the full potential of his words. You can find a link to the shop in the description of this video. Please remember to like this video, subscribe to the channel, remembering of course to hit the bell icon to receive all notifications, and remember to follow us at TSMG Online Live on Twitter or at The Show Must Go Online on Insta and Facebook. Friend of the show, Ben Crystal's recent What You Will is going re-live for you to relive the experience as a digital exhibition this Saturday. There's details in the description, so make sure you don't miss that. And he's curated a fantastic introducer for us tonight. Please welcome Dr. David Sterling Brown. A Shakespeare and pre-modern critical race studies scholar, David is Assistant Professor of English at Binghamton University and an executive board member of the Race Before Race Conference series. His anti-racist scholarship is published or forthcoming in Shakespeare Studies The Sundial, White People in Shakespeare, Shakespeare and Digital Pedagogy, and other venues. For tonight's production of Hamlet, David's introduction offers a sneak preview of his scholarship, soon to appear in Arden's forthcoming volume, Hamlet, The State of Play. David, the play, of course, is Hamlet, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rob, for that introduction and for creating this monumental online theater space, and thank the cast for the work you're doing today, and also the present and future audiences. I especially want to thank my new friend, Ben Crystal, for his guidance and for inviting me to be part of this exciting project that has both real important entertainment and educational value. Since Shakespeare's Hamlet has extended into the 21st century, its reign as a wildly popular revenge tragedy, right now I'm going to offer a very, very brief play summary and then dive into what I find interesting about it. So brief, let me be, since brevity is the soul of wit. In a nutshell, Hamlet, replete with moments of comic relief, is a tragic, psychologically engaging play about a son, Hamlet, who is tasked by the ghost of his father, the late King Hamlet, to revenge his foul and most unnatural murder. This play has a ghost, so if you think my wearing a crown is weird, just remember, this play has a ghost. The murder, committed by the hands of the ghost's own brother, Claudius, aka Hamlet's uncle-father, who conveniently marries Hamlet's mother, Gertrude, shortly after killing his own brother. Imagine that. Upon talking with the ghost of his father, because yes, that happens too, Hamlet learns vital information that sets him on a path to confirm Claudius's guilt, and then eventually, after way too much contemplation, avenge his father's murder. And in the process, of course, several people die. Tragic. In a nutshell, the topics that Hamlet engages, because it's such an intellectually rich play, are too many to name, but here are a few: fratricide, regicide, domesticity, surveillance, religion, gender, grief, mental health, suicide, incest, misogyny, death, and even white-on-white violence. Yes, I said white-on-white violence. You heard right. Because in addition to engaging the previously mentioned topics, Hamlet is a play about race, masculine whiteness, and white identity formation. As such, Hamlet is an incredibly exciting literary site for reflecting on race, specifically with respect to masculinity and unmanliness. When I enter a play, whether that is reading, viewing, researching, or teaching, I like to keep at least one core question in mind, though oftentimes many. And if you'll indulge me today, I'd like to offer a question for you to hold on to as you watch today's brilliant cast. With the respective scholarship of Patricia Parker and Peter Erickson in mind, I ask you, audience, how can we talk about race in Hamlet? And how can we use the play's characters to talk about race? To begin answering that question, I offer the following thoughts. Through the play's references to unmanliness that function as a rhetorical device, through the way unmanliness serves as a perversion of a code of manly virtue, Hamlet dramatizes Denmark's deterioration through the decomposition of white masculinity. And in so doing, the play codes unmanliness as Black, thereby offering insight into the formation of the unmanly white subject. As Kim Hall reminds us in Things of Darkness, Black, a negative signifier opposed to whiteness, connotes many things within and outside of Shakespeare's canon, such as sin, evil, death, melancholy, and war, and in early modern England. And to that list, I would add unmanliness. Thinking about Hamlet and even other unmanly figures like Macbeth, I offer the following syllogistic reasoning. Reasoning that allows the recognition of discourses about the failures of masculine performance to relate to discourses about race in Shakespearean drama. Now, here's the syllogism. If questioned masculinity is a marker of Blackness, then we must also appreciate the potential for critiqued masculinity understood as behavior that does not conform to traditional codes of masculinity to be a social stain, a symbol of Blackness that transmits a negative stigma about symbolically blackened manhood. Thus, by cloaking, rotting, and rotten white Danish masculinity in literal and figurative Blackness, then, Hamlet's and Claudius's in particular, Shakespeare calls attention to the white masculine crisis that is the crux of what is rotten in the state of Denmark. Thinking about rot, visualizing the literal process of something decomposing, actually led me to conclude that in Hamlet the play, and even in Hamlet the character, ideal white masculinity is dead, as the play makes it very challenging for any living Dane to epitomize stereotypical masculine strength without seeming weak at some point. Beginning in Medias Res, the play reminds us that somewhere in Denmark's landscape, the deceased king's body is going through the decomposition process. All that the king was is no more, as Hamlet's lamentation to his best friend Horatio proves when he says, "He was a man, take him for all in all, I shall not look upon his like again." There is no successor to maintain the martial masculine ideals of old Hamlet, who is called majestical and twice referred to as valiant for his military prowess. Moreover, as a ghost, old Hamlet's initial armed appearance, with his military apparel evoking a medieval ethos of violence, offers a comparatively and consistently hypermasculine image that appears again only in the play through the non-Danish figure young Fortinbras. For the Danes, the idealized old Hamlet represents an unattainable height of masculinity and majesty. As you'll see in the play, Hamlet insinuates this when, in the climax, he berates his mother in the famous closet scene for leaving the fair mountain to feed and batten on the moor. Old Hamlet's dead body and the seeming death of masculinity represents a crisis that darkens the play, as the invisible background image of the rotting human corpse with its foul odor emissions and visual evidence of decay denotes a physical blackening of the white body. Now, as a side note, I actually spent some time studying images of the human decomposition process to examine how the body changes after death. It becomes discolored, darkly spotted, and blackened over time during a decay stage called black putrefaction. Thus, the healthy white body is no more, as Claudius's evil deed, his choice to poison his brother, introduces figurative blackness or blackening to Denmark through sin and immorality, through old Hamlet's death and the initiation of his decomposition process. Claudius literally taints Denmark's masculinity through the murder, and even how he murders, since poison was thought in Shakespeare's day to be a feminine and passive way to kill. The ghost's repeated description of the murder as foul, which he says about 4 times, and unnatural, provides commentary on Claudius's unmanliness and emblematic blackness, which we can't help but notice throughout the remainder of the play. The murder is unnatural and foul, as in corrupt, because the murderer is unnatural and foul, as in spiritually soiled with sin. Directly and indirectly, the ghost colors Claudius as his dark, evil foil, whose personhood pales in comparison to the ghost's now dead white masculinity and magnificence. In this play, Claudius is only part of the masculine crisis. As Hamlet manages the emotional effects of his father's death, Claudius condemns the prince's quote unquote unmanly grief with a critique containing racial undertones and challenging Hamlet's masculinity. He codes Hamlet's black mood as wrong. By shaming the prince, Claudius aims to police Hamlet's metaphorical blackness, his emotions, perhaps so they become manlier and devoid of grief. And it is not just white Hamlet's temperament that is colored black and wrong. It is also Hamlet himself that seems to be the wrong color. Not masculine and white enough, he is a character who defines himself as too much in the sun. He wears an inky cloak and customary suits of solemn black, and he opts in the Act 5 duel to be the darkest night that lets Laertes' star stick fiery off. These descriptions point to a physical or external blackness that complements the internal blackness signaled by Hamlet's melancholy and anger. Furthermore, blackness emerges as defining of Hamlet's overall white male identity, and Polonius's marvelous assertion that the apparel oft proclaims the man, that one's fashion choices are central to how one is perceived, and to the judgments others might make, and also to even one's perception of self. Sartorial choices can convey status, broadly speaking, about class, ethnicity, race, etc., and even gender. And clothes can be an outward manifestation of one's internal state. As such, Hamlet's initial message in the play is black and loud. His messages are a prelude to his volatile black emotional state that oscillates between melancholy and anger, what Claudius labels as Hamlet's dangerous lunacy, a phrase that feminizes the prince, given that women were stereotyped in the period as being predisposed to hysteria and madness. Ultimately, in Hamlet, all characters serve a purpose in answering my initial question: how can we talk and think about race, and how can we use the play's characters to talk about race? As you watch the wonderful cast right now, know that in Hamlet, black is king. And by that I mean black is an important governing trope to pay attention to, as attitudes towards whiteness in this play get mediated through black imagery and blackness, both symbolically dominant forces used as support beams to stabilize and articulate ideas and ideals about the ideal white self. And now that I have poured my intellectual juice into your ears, I'll turn things back over to Rob and the exceptional cast. Have fun and enjoy the show, everyone.
Thank you so much, David, for that incredible introduction. You've set the stage perfectly, offering a wonderful and unique insight into this play and a fantastic Beyonce reference as well. Don't think I didn't notice. And now, dear groundlings, the show is about to begin, so please make yourselves comfortable. Remember to capture your reactions on social using the hashtag #ShowMustGoOnline and enjoy William Shakespeare's Hamlet. Act 1, Scene 1, Elsinore, the platform before the castle. Enter Bernardo and Francisco, two sentinels, meeting.
Who's there?
Nay, answer me! Stand and unfold yourself!
Long live the king!
Bernardo?
He
You come most carefully upon your hour.
is now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet, guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
I think I hear them coming. Stand ho! Who is there?
Friends to this ground!
And liegemen to the
Give you
Dane.
good night.
Oh, farewell, honest soldier. Who hath relieved you?
Bernardo hath my place. Give you good night.
Holla, Bernardo.
Say, what, is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What? Has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him, touching this dreaded sight twice seen of us. Therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, tush, 'twill not appear.
Sit down a while, and let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story, what we have 2 nights seen.
Well, sit we down and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yond same star that's westward from the pole had made his course to illume that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating one,
Peace, break thee off, look where it comes again.
in the same figure like the king that's dead.
Thou art a scholar, speak to it, Horatio.
Looks it not like the king? Mark it, Horatio.
Most like. It harrows me with fear and wonder.
It would be spoke to.
Speak to it, Horatio.
What art thou that usurps this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven I charge thee, speak!
It is offended.
See, it stalks away.
Nay, speak! Speak, I charge thee, speak!
'Tis gone, and will not answer.
How now, Horatio, you tremble and look pale. Is not this something more than fantasy? What think you on't?
Before my God, I might not this believe without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes.
Is it not like the king?
Very like, as thou art to thyself. Such was the very armor he had on when he the ambitious Norway combated. 'Tis strange.
Thus twice before, and jump at this dead hour with martial stalk hath he gone by our watch.
In what particular thought to work I know not, but in the gross and scope of mine opinion, this bodes some strange eruption to our state.
Good now, sit down and tell me, he that knows, why this same strict and most observant watch so nightly toils the subject of the land, and why such daily cast of brazen cannon and foreign mart for implements of war? What might be toward that this sweaty haste doth make the night joint labourer with the day? Who is't that can inform me?
That can I. At least the whisper goes so. Our last king was, as you know, by Fortinbras of Norway, thereto pricked on by a most emulate pride, dared to the combat, in which our valiant Hamlet did slay this Fortinbras, who, by a sealed compact, did forfeit with his life all those his lands, which he stood seized of to the conqueror. Now, sir, young Fortinbras of unimproved metal, hot and full, hath in the skirts of Norway, here and there, sharked up a list of lawless resolutes, thus to recover of us, by strong hand and terms compulsatory, those foresaid lands, so by his father lost. And this, I take it, is the main motive of our preparations, the source of this our watch, and the chief head of this post-haste and rummage in the land.
I think it be no other but e'en so. Well may it sort that this portentous figure comes armored through our watch, so like the king that was and is the question of these wars.
In the most high and palmy state of Rome, a little ere the mightiest Julius fell, the graves stood tenantless, and the sheeted dead did squeak and gibber in the Roman streets. And even the like precurse of feared events, as prologue to the omen coming on, of heaven and earth together demonstrated unto our climatures and countrymen. What soft? Lo, behold, where it comes again! I'll cross it, though it blast me. Stay, illusion! If thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done, that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me. If thou art privy to thy country's fate, which happily foreknowing may avoid, oh, speak! Stop it, Marcellus!
'Tis here!
Ah, 'tis here!
No! 'Tis gone.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. But look, the morn in russet mantle clad walks o'er the dew of yon high eastward hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit dumb to us will speak to him.
Let's do it, I pray, and I this morning know where we shall find him most convenient.
Exeunt. Act 1, Scene 2, Elsinore, a room of state in the castle. Enter Claudius, King of Denmark, Gertrude, the Queen, Polonius and his son Laertes, Hamlet, including Voltimand and Cornelius.
Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it us be fitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe. Yet so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore, our sometime sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress to this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, with mirth in funeral, and with dirge in marriage, in equal scale weighing delight and dole, taken to wife. Nor have we here embarred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along. For all, our thanks. Now follows that you know young Fortinbras, holding a weak supposal of our worth, co-leagued with this dream of his advantage, he hath not failed to pester us with message importing the surrender of those lands lost by his father, with all bands of law, to our most valiant brother. So much for him. Now for ourselves, and for this time of meeting, thus much the business is. We have here writ to Norway, uncle of young Fortinbras, who, impotent and bedrid, scarcely hears of this his nephew's purpose, to suppress his further gait herein. And we dispatch you, Voltimand, you, good Cornelius, for bearing of this greeting to old Norway. Farewell, and let your haste commend your duty.
In that,
all
things will we show our
all
duty.
things will we show our duty.
We doubt it nothing. Heartily farewell. And now, Laertes, what's the news with you? You told us of some suit? What is't, Laertes? You cannot speak of reason to the Dane and lose your voice. What wouldst thou beg, Laertes, that shall not be my offer? Not thy asking. The head is not more native to the heart, the hand more instrumental to the mouth than is the throne of Denmark to thy father. What wouldst thou have, Laertes?
My dread lord, your leave and favor to return to France, from whence, though willingly, I came to Denmark to show my duty in your coronation. Yet now I must confess that duty done, my thoughts and wishes bend again towards France and bow them to your gracious leave and pardon.
Have you your father's leave? What says Polonius?
He hath, my lord, wrung from me my slow leave by laboursome petition, and at last upon his will I sealed my hard consent. I do beseech you, give him leave to go.
Take thy fair hour, Laertes, time be thine, and thy best graces, spend it at thy will. But now, my cousin Hamlet and my son.
More than kin and less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I am too much i' the sun.
Good Hamlet, cast thy nighted colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lid seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common, all that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, it is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam? Nay, it is. I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother. No, nor the fruitful river in the eye, together with all forms, moods, shapes of grief that can denote me truly, these indeed seem. For they are actions that a man might play, but I have that within which passeth show. These but the trappings and the suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father. But you must know, your father lost a father. That father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some time to do obsequious sorrow. But to persever in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. 'Tis unmanly grief. It shows a will most incorrect to heaven, a heart unfortified, a mind impatient, an understanding simple and unschooled. For what we know must be, and is as common as any the most vulgar thing to sense. Why should we in our peevish opposition take it to heart? Fie, 'tis a fault to heaven, a fault against the dead, a fault to nature, to reason most absurd, whose common theme is death of fathers, and who still hath cried from the first course till he that died today, this must be so. We pray you throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father. For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that with which dearest father bears his son, do I impart toward you. Your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire. And we beseech you, bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I pray thee stay with us. Go not to Wittenberg.
I'll in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, 'tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark. Madam, come. This gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart, in grace whereof no jocund health that Denmark drinks today, but the great cannon to the clouds shall tell, and the king's rouse the heavens shall bruit again, re-speaking earthly thunder. Come, away.
this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh God. God! How weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Find. Ah, fie! 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely, that it should come to this. But 2 months dead. No, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king, so loving to my mother, that he might not beteem the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember. Why, she would hang on him as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on, and yet within a month, let me not think on't, frailty, thy name is woman, a little month, or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears. Why, she, even she, oh God, a beast that once discourse of reason would have mourned longer, married with my uncle, my father's brother. But no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month, ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left a flushing in her galled eyes, she married. Oh, most wicked speed to post with such dexterity 2 incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good. But break my heart, for I must hold my tongue.
Hail to your lordship.
I am glad to see you well. Oh, I do forget myself.
The same, my lord, and your poor servant ever.
Sir, my good friend. I'll change that name with you. And what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcellus?
My good lord.
I am very glad to see you. Good evening, sir. But what in faith make you from Wittenberg?
A truant disposition, good my lord.
I would not hear your enemy say so, nor shall you do my ear that violence to make it truster of your own report against yourself. I know you are no truant. What is your affair in Elsinore? We'll teach you to drink deep ere you depart.
My lord, I came to see your father's funeral.
I pray thee, do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon.
Thrift, Horatio. The funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had seen my dearest foe in heaven, or ere I had seen that day, Horatio. My father. Methinks I see my father.
Where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man. Take him for all in all, I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw who?
My lord, the king, your father.
The king, my father?
He's in your admiration for a while with an attent ear, while I may deliver upon the witness of these gentlemen this marvel to you.
For God's love, let me hear.
2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch in the dead waste and middle of the night, been thus encountered. A figure like your father, armed at point, exactly, cap a pie, appears before them. and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. Thrice he walked by their oppressed and fear suppressed eyes. And I with them the third night kept the watch, where, as they had delivered, both in time, form of the thing, each word made true and good, the apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not more like.
Where was this?
My lord, upon the platform where we watch.
Did not you speak to it?
My lord, I did, but answer made it none.
Tis very strange.
As I do live, my honored lord, 'tis true, and we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it.
Indeed, sirs, indeed. But this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight?
We do.
We do, my lord.
Armed, say you?
Armed, my lord.
From top to toe?
My lord, from head to foot.
Then saw you not his face?
Oh, yes, my lord, he wore his beaver up.
What, looked he frowningly?
A countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
Pale or red?
Nay, very pale.
And fixed his eyes upon you?
Most constantly.
I would I had been there.
It would have much amazed you.
Very like, very like. Stayed it long?
While one with moderate haste might tell 100.
Longer.
Not when I saw it.
His beard was grizzled, no?
It was as I have seen it in his life, a sable, silvered.
I will watch tonight. Perchance 'twill walk again.
I warrant it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be tenable in your silence still, and whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding, but no tongue. I will requite your loves. So, fare you well. Upon the platform, twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honor.
Your loves is mine to you. Farewell. My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then, sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them to men's eyes.
Exit. Act 1, Scene 3, Elsinore, a room in Polonius's house. Enter Laertes and Ophelia, his sister.
My necessaries are embarked. Farewell. And sister, as the winds give benefit and convoy is assistant, do not sleep, but let me hear from you.
Do you doubt that?
For Hamlet and the trifling of his favour hold it a fashion and a toy in blood, a violet in the youth of primy nature froward, not permanent, sweet, not lasting, the perfume and suppliance of a minute, no more.
No more but so?
Think it no more. Perhaps he loves you now, and now no soil nor caudle doth besmirch the virtue of his will. But you must fear his greatness weighed. His will is not his own, for he himself is subject to his birth. He may not, as unvalued persons do, carve for himself, for on his choice depends the sanctity and health of this whole state, and therefore must his choice be circumscribed unto the will and yield unto the voice and yielding of that body whereof he is the head. Then, if he says he loves you, it fits your wisdom so far to believe it, as he in his particular act and place may give his saying deed, which no further than the main voice of Denmark goes withal. Weigh what loss your honor may sustain, if with too credent ear you list his songs, or lose your heart or your chaste treasure open to his unmastered importunity. Fear it, Ophelia, fear it, my dear sister, and keep you in the rear of your affection, out of the shot and danger of desire.
I shall the effect of this good lesson keep as watchman to my heart. But, good my brother, do not, as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst like a puffed and reckless libertine, himself the primrose path of dalliance treads, and recks not his own reed.
Oh, fear me not. I stay too long, but here my father comes. A double blessing is a double grace. Occasion smiles upon a second leave.
Yet here, Laertes, aboard, aboard, for shame! The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for. There, my blessing with thee, and these few precepts in thy memory. Look thou, character. Give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Those friends thou hast and their adoption tried, grapple them unto your soul with hoops of steel. But do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new-hatched unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear that the opposed may beware of thee. Give every man thy ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy. Rich, not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend. And borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell. My blessing, season this in thee.
Most humbly I do take my leave, my lord. Ophelia, farewell, and remember well what I have said to you.
'Tis in my memory locked, and you yourself shall keep the key to it.
Farewell.
What is Ophelia he hath said to you?
So please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet.
Marry, well bethought. 'Tis told me he hath very oft of late given private time to you, and you yourself have of your audience been most free and bounteous. If it be so, as so 'tis put on me, and that in way of caution, I must tell you, you do not understand yourself so clearly as it behoves my daughter and your honor. What is between you? Give me up the truth.
He hath, my lord of late, made many tenders of his affection to me.
Affection? You speak like a green girl, unsifted in such perilous circumstance. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them?
I do not know, my lord, what I should think.
Marry, I will teach you. Think yourself a baby, that you have ta'en these tenders for true pay, which are not sterling. Tender yourself more dearly, or, not to crack the wind of the poor phrase, ringing it thus, you'll tender me a fool.
My lord, he hath importuned me with love in honourable fashion.
Aye, fashion, you may call it. Go to, go to.
And hath given me countenance of his speech, my lord, with almost all the holy vows of heaven.
Aye, springes to catch woodcocks. I do know when the blood burns, how prodigal the soul lends the tongue vows. These blazes, daughter, giving more light than heat, extinct in both, even in their promise as it is a making, you must not take for fire. For Lord Hamlet, believe so much in him that he is young, and with a larger tether may he walk than may be given you. In few, Ophelia, do not believe his vows. This is for all. I would not, in plain terms, from this time forth, have you so slander any moment of leisure as to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look to it, I charge you. Come your ways.
I shall obey, my lord.
Exeunt. Act 1, Scene 4, Elsinore, a platform before Elsinore Castle. Enter Hamlet, Horatio, and Marcellus.
The air bites shrewdly. It is very cold.
It is a nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
I think it lacks of 12.
No, it is struck.
Indeed? I heard it not. It then draws near the season wherein the spirit held his wont to walk. What does this mean, my lord?
The king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse, keeps wassail and the swaggering upspring reels, and as he drains his draughts of Rhenish down, the kettle drum and trumpet thus bray out the triumph of his pledge.
Is it a custom?
Aye, marry, is't. But to my mind, though I am native here and to the manor born, it is a custom more honoured in the breach than the observance. This heavy-headed revel, east and west, makes us traduced and taxed of other nations. They clap us drunkards, and with swinish phrase, soil our addition. And indeed, it takes from our achievements, though performed at height, the pith and marrow of our attribute.
Look, my lord, it comes!
Angels and ministers of grace defend us. Be thou spirit of health or goblin damned. Bring with thee airs from heaven or blasts from hell. Be thy intents wicked or charitable. Thou comest in such questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, King, Father, Royal Dane. Oh, answer me.
It beckons you to go away with it, as if it's some impartment it desire to you alone.
Look with what courteous action it waves you to a more removed ground, but do not go with it.
No, by no means, no.
It will not speak, then I will follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why? What should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? It waves me forth again. I'll follow it.
What if it tempts you toward the flood, my lord? Or to the dreadful summit of a cliff that beetles o'er his basin to the sea, and there assume some other horrible form which might deprive your sovereignty of reason and draw you into madness? Think of it.
It waves me still. Go on, I'll follow thee.
Shall not go, my lord!
Hold off your hand!
Be ruled! You shall not go!
My fate cries out, still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen, by heaven! I'll make a ghost of him that lets me, I say, away! Go on, I'll follow thee!
Waxes desperate with imagination.
Let's follow. 'Tis not fit thus to obey him.
Have after! To what issue will this come?
Something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
Exeunt. Act 1, Scene 5, Elsinore, another part of the platform before Elsinore Castle. Enter Ghost and Hamlet.
Whither wilt thou lead me? Speak. I'll go no further.
Mark me.
I will.
My hour is almost come when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself.
Alas, poor ghost.
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak. I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night and for the day to fast in fires till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. But that I am forbid to tell the secrets of my prison house, I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes start like stars from their spheres, and each particular hair to stand on end like quills upon the fretful porpentine. But this eternal blazon must not be to ears of flesh and blood. List. List, oh list, if ever thou did thy dear father love, revenge his foul and most unnatural murder.
Mother.
Murder, most foul, as in the best it is, but this, most foul, strange, and unnatural.
Haste me to know it, that I with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge.
Thee apt. 'Tis given out that sleeping in my orchard a serpent stung me. So the whole ear of Denmark is by a forged process of my death rankly abused. But know, thou noble youth, the serpent that stung thy father's life now wears his crown.
Oh, my prophetic soul, my uncle.
Aye, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wits and traitorous gifts, oh, wicked wit and gifts that have the power so to seduce one to his shameful lust, the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. Oh, Hamlet, what a falling off was there. But soft, as I scent the morning air, brief let me be. Sleeping with money within my orchard, my custom always of the afternoon. Upon my secure hour, thy uncle stole with juice of cursed Hebanon in a vial, and in the porches of my ears did pour the leprous distilment that holds such enmity with blood of man, that swift as quicksilver it courses through the natural gates and alleys of the body, and with a sudden vigor doth posset and curd like eager droppings into milk the thin and wholesome blood. So did it mine. Thus was I, sleeping by a brother's hand, of life, of crown, of queen, at once dispatched, cut off even in the blossoms of my sin, no reckoning made, but sent to my account with all my imperfections on my head. Oh, horrible! Oh, horrible, most horrible! If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and banned incest. But howsoever thou pursues this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught. Leave her to heaven and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge to prick and sting her. Adieu, adieu, adieu. Remember me.
Oh, you host of heaven. Oh, earth, what else? And shall I couple hell? Oh, fie, hold, my heart and you, my sinews, grow not instant old, but bear me stiffly up. Remember thee, I, thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe, remember me, yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial, fond records, and thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter, yes, by heaven! Oh, most pernicious woman. Villain, smiling, damned villain. My tables. Meat, it is. I set it down that one may smile and be a villain. At least, I'm sure it may be so in Denmark. Oh, uncle, there you are. Now to my word, it is. Adieu. Adieu. Remember me. I have sworn it.
My lord! My lord!
Lord Hamlet!
Heaven secure him.
How is't, my noble lord?
What news, my lord? My lord, tell it!
No, you will reveal it.
Not I, my lord, by heaven.
Nor I, my lord.
But you'll be secret.
I, by heaven, my lord.
Oh, there's never a villain dwelling in old Denmark, but he's an arrant knave.
There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this.
Why, right. You are in the right, and so, without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part. You, as your business and desire shall point you, for every man hath business and desire, such as it is. And for my own part, I will go pray.
No, these are but wild and whirling words, my lord.
I'm sorry they offend you. Heartily. Yes, Faith, heartily.
There is no offense, my lord.
Yes, by St. Patrick, but there is, Horatio, and much offense too. Touching this vision here, it is an honest ghost. That, let me tell you. For your desire to know what is between us, I will master it as you may. And now, good friends, give me one poor request.
What is it, my lord? We will.
Never make known what you have seen tonight.
My lord, we will not.
Nay, but swear it.
In faith, my lord, not I.
Nor I, my lord, in faith.
Upon my sword.
Where?
Purpose the oath, my lord.
Never to speak of this that you have seen. Swear by my sword.
Swear.
Swear by my sword. Never to speak of this that you have heard.
Swear.
Oh, day and night, but this is wondrous strange.
And therefore, as a stranger, give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. But come, here as before, never so help you mercy. How strange or odd some'er I bear myself, as I perchance hereafter shall think meet, to put an antic disposition on, that you, at such times seeing me, never shall, with arms encumbered thus, or this head shake, or by pronouncing of some doubtful phrase as, well, well, we know, or we could, and if we would, or such ambiguous giving out to note, that you know aught of me, this do swear. So grace and mercy at your most need help you.
Where?
Rest. Rest. Perturbed spirit. So, gentlemen, with all my love, I do commend me to you, and still your fingers on your lips, I pray. The time is out of joint. Oh, cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right.
Exeunt. Act 2, Scene 1, Elsinore, a room in Polonius's house. Enter Polonius with his man Reynaldo.
Give him this money and these notes, Reynaldo.
I will, my lord.
You shall do morals wisely, good Reynaldo, before you visit him to make inquire of his behaviour.
My lord, I did intend it.
Very well said, very well said. Look ye, sir, inquire me first what Danskas are in Paris, and how, and who, what means, and where they keep, what company and what expense, and finding by this encompassment and drift of question that they do know my son, come you more nearer than your particular demands will touch it. Take you as 'twere some distant knowledge of him, as thus, I know his father and his friends, and impart him. Do you mark this, Reynaldo?
Very well, my lord.
And impart him. But you may say, not well, but if be he, I mean, he's very wild, addicted, so and so, and there put on him what forgeries you please. Marry, none so rank as may dishonour him, take heed of that. But, sir, such wanton, wild, and usual slips as our companions, noted and most known to youth and liberty.
My good lord.
Wherefore should you do this?
Aye, my lord, I would know that.
Marry, sir, here's my drift, and I believe it is a fetch of wit. Your party in converse, him you would sound, having ever seen in the prenominate crimes the youth you breathe of guilty, be assured he closes with you in this consequence. Good sir, or so, or friend, or gentleman, according to the phrase or the addition of man and country.
Very good, my lord.
He closes that, I know the gentleman, I saw him yesterday, or the other day, or then with such and such, and as you say, there was a gaming there, or took in his rouse, there falling out at tennis, or perchance I saw him enter such a house of sale, vigilicet a brothel or so forth. See you now, your bait of falsehood take this carp of truth. And thus do we of wisdom and of reach by indirections find directions out.
Good, my lord.
Observe his inclination in yourself.
I shall, my lord.
And let him ply his music.
Well, my lord.
Farewell.
Oh.
How now, Ophelia? What's the matter?
Oh, my lord, I have been so affrighted.
With what, in the name of God?
My lord, as I was sewing in my closet, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all unbraced, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other, and with a look so piteous in purport as if he had been loosed out of hell to speak of horrors, he comes before me.
Mad for thy love.
My lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as I would draw it. Long stayed he so, at last a little shaking of mine arm, and thrice waving his head thus up and down, he raised a sigh so piteous and profound, as it did seem to shatter all his bulk and end his being. That done, he lets me go, and with his head thus o'er his shoulder turned, he seemed to find a way without his eyes. For out of doors he went without their helps, and at last bended their light on me.
Come, go with me. I will go seek the king. This is the very ecstasy of love, whose violent property foredoes itself and leads the will to desperate undertakings. What, have you given many hard words of late?
No, my good lord, but as you did command, I did repel his letters and denied his access to me.
That hath made him mad. I am sorry that with better heed and judgment I had not courted him. I feared he did but trifle and meant to rack thee, but beshrew my jealousy. By heaven, it is as proper to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions as it is common for the younger sort to lack discretion. Come, go we to the king, this must be known, which, being kept close, might move more grief to hide than hate to utter love.
Exeunt. Act 2, Scene 2, Elsinore, a room in Elsinore Castle. Enter King and Queen, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern with attendants.
Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we much did long to see you, the need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation? So call it sith, nor the exterior nor the inward man resembles that it was. What it should be, more than his father's death, that thus hath put him so much from the understanding of himself, I cannot dream of. I entreat you both that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time, so by your companies to draw him on to pleasures, and to gather so much as from occasion you may glean. Whether aught to us unknown afflicts him thus, that opened lies within our remedy.
Good gentleman, he hath much talked of you, and sure I am 2 men there are not living to whom he more adheres. If it will please you to show us so much gentry and goodwill, your visitation shall receive such thanks as fits a king's remembrance.
Both your majesties might, by the sovereign power you have of us, put your dread pleasures more into command than to entreaty.
But we both obey, and here give up ourselves in the full bent to lay our service freely at your feet, to be commanded.
Thanks, Rosencrantz and gentle Guildenstern.
Thanks, Guildenstern and gentle Rosencrantz, and I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go, some of you, and bring these gentlemen where Hamlet is.
Heavens make our presence and our practices pleasant helpful to him.
Aye, amen.
Amen.
The ambassadors from Norway, my good lord, are joyfully returned.
Thou still hast been the father of good news.
Have I, my lord? I assure my good liege, I hold my duty as I hold my soul, both to my God and to my gracious king. And I do think, or else this brain of mine hunts not the trail of policy so sure as it hath used to do, that I have found the very cause of Hamlet's lunacy.
Oh, speak of that. That do I long to hear.
Well, give first admittance to the ambassadors. My news shall be the fruit to that great feast.
And thyself do grace to them and bring them in. He tells me, my dear Gertrude, he hath found the head and source of all your son's distemper.
I doubt it in no other but the main, his father's death and our hasty marriage.
Well, we shall sift him. Welcome, my good friends. Say, Voltimand, what from our brother Norway?
Most fair return of greetings and desires. Upon our first, he sent out to suppress his nephew's levies, which to him appeared to be a preparation against the Polak, but better looked into, he truly found it was against your highness, whereat grieved, that so his sickness, age, and impotence was falsely borne in hand, sends out arrests on Fortinbras, which he, in brief, obeys, receives rebuke from Norway, and in fine, makes vow before his uncle never more to give the essay of arms against your majesty. Whereon old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 70,000 crowns in annual fee, and his commission to employ those soldiers, so levied as before against the Polak, with an entreaty, herein further shown. That it might please you to give quiet pass through your dominions for this enterprise on such regards of safety and allowance as therein are set down.
It likes us well, and at our more considered time we'll read, answer, and think upon this business. Meantime, we thank you for your well-took labour. Go to your rest. At night we'll feast together. Most welcome home.
This business is well ended. My liege and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night, night, and time is time, were nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad, call I it, for to define true madness, what is to be nothing else but mad, but let that go.
More matter with less art.
Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he's mad, 'tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis true, a foolish figure, but fair will it, for I will use no art. Mad, let us grant him then, and now remains that we find out the cause of this effect. Or rather say the cause of this defect, for this effect defective comes by cause. Thus it remains, and the remainder thus perpend. I have a daughter, well, she is mine, who in her duty and obedience, mark, hath given me this. Now gather and surmise. To the celestial and my soul's idol, the most beautified Ophelia, that's an ill phrase, a vile phrase. Beautified is a vile phrase, but you shall hear thus. In her excellent white bosom, those...
Came this from Hamlet to her?
Oh, good madam, stay a while, I will be faithful. Doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. Love. Doth move. I love. Oh dear Ophelia. Oh dear Ophelia. I am ill at these numbers. I have not art to reckon my groans, but that I love thee best, oh most best, believe it. Adieu. Thine evermore. Most dear lady, was this machine is to him, Hamlet. This in obedience my daughter hath shown me.
But how hath she received his love?
What do you think of me?
As of a man faithful and honourable.
I would fain prove so, but what might you think? When I had seen this hot love on the wing, if I had played the desk or table book, or looked upon this love with idle sight, what might you think? No, I went round to work. And my young mistress thus I did bespeak. Lord Hamlet is a prince out of thy star. This must not be. And then I prescripts gave her that she should lock herself from his resort, admit no messengers, receive no tokens, which done, she took the fruits of my advice, and he, repelled, thence into a fast, thence to a watch, thence into a weakness, thence to a likeness, and by this declension into the madness wherein now he raves and we all mourn for.
Do you think 'tis this?
It may be, very like.
Hath there been such a time, I would fain know that I have positively said 'tis so, when it proved otherwise.
Not that I know.
Take this from this, if this be otherwise. If circumstances lead me, I will find where truth is hid, though it were hid in the centre.
How may we try it further?
You know, sometimes he walks for hours together here in the lobby.
So he does indeed.
At such a time I loosed my daughter to him. Be you and I behind an arras then, mark the encounter. If he love her not, and be not from his reason fallen thereon, let me be no assistant to a state, but keep a farm and carters.
We will try it.
But look, where sadly the poor wretch comes reading.
I do beseech you both, away, I'll board him presently. Oh, give me leave. How does my good Lord Hamlet?
Well, God a mercy!
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent, well. You are a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord?
Aye, sir. To be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000.
That's very true, my lord.
For if the sun breed maggots in a dead dog, being a good kissing carrion, have you a daughter?
I have, my lord.
Let her not walk in the sun. Conception is a blessing, but as your daughter may conceive, sir, look to it.
How say you by that? Still harping on my daughter. Yet he knew me not at first. He said I was a fishmonger, is far gone. And truly in my youth, I suffered much extremity for love very near this. I'll speak to him again. What do you read, my lord?
Words. Words. Words!
What is the matter, my lord?
Between who?
I mean, the matter that you read, my lord.
Slander, sir! For the satirical rogue says here that old men have grey beards and their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick umber and plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hams. All which, sir, though I most powerfully and potently believe, yet I do hold it not honesty to have it thus set down. For yourself, sir, shall grow as old as I am, if like a crab you could go backwards.
Though this be madness, yet there is method in't. Will you walk out of the air, my lord?
Into my grave.
Indeed, that's out of the air. How pregnant sometimes his replies are. I will leave him and suddenly contrive the means of meeting between him and my daughter. My lord, I'll take my leave of you.
You could not take from me, sir, anything I would not more willingly part with all, except my life, except my life, except my life.
Fare you well, my lord.
These tedious old fools.
Oh, you seek the Lord Hamlet. There he is.
My honoured lord!
My most dear lord!
My excellent good friends! Oh, how dost thou, Guildenstern? Ah, Rosencrantz, good lads! How do you both?
As the indifferent children of the earth.
Happy in that we are not over happy. On Fortune's cap, we are not the very button.
Nor the soles of her shoes?
Neither, my lord.
Oh, then you live about her waist, in the middle of her favour.
Oh, faith, Her privates we, eh?
Oh, in the secret parts of fortune, Miss Most True, she is a strumpet. What news?
None, my lord, but that the world's grown honest.
Then is doomsday near. But your news is not true. Now, let me question you more in particular. What have you, my good friends, deserved at the hands of fortune that she sends you to prison hither?
Prison, my lord.
Denmark's a prison.
Then is the world one.
A goodly one, in which there are many confines, wards, dungeons, Denmark being one of the worst.
We think not so, my lord.
Why then, 'tis none to you, for there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. To me, it is a prison.
Why, then, your ambition makes it one. 'Tis too narrow for your mind.
Oh God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams. But in the beaten way of friendship, what make you at Elsinore?
To visit you, my lord, no other occasion.
Beggar that I am even poor in thanks, but I thank you. Were you not sent for? Is it your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Oh, come. Deal justly with me. Come, hey, speak.
What should we say, my lord?
Anything but to the purpose. You were sent for, and there is a kind of confession to your looks, which your modesties have not craft enough to colour. I know the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
Well, that must you teach me. But let me conjure you, by the rights of our fellowship, by the consonancy of our youth, be even and direct with me, whether you were sent for or no.
What say you?
Nay then, I have an eye of you. If you love me, hold not off.
My lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery, and your secrecy to the king and queen moult no feather. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercises. And indeed, it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy, the air, look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof, fretted with golden fire. Why, it appeareth nothing to me but a foul and pestilent congregation of vapours. What a piece of work is a man! How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. No woman neither, though by your smiling, you seem to say so.
My lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts.
Oh, why did you laugh then when I said man delights not me?
To think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We coated them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you service.
He that plays the king shall be welcome. His Majesty shall have tribute on me. What players are they?
Even those you were wont to take such delight in, the tragedians of the city.
Oh, where are the players?
Gentlemen, you are welcome to Elsinore. Give me your hands. You are welcome. But my uncle, father, and aunt, mother are deceived.
In what, my dear lord?
I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw.
Well, be with you, gentlemen.
Hark you, Guildenstern. I will prophesy he comes to tell me of the players. Mark it.
You say right, sir. A Monday morning, 'twas said indeed.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
Oh, my lord, I have news to tell you.
When Roscius was an actor in Rome...
Actors are come hither, my lord. Upon my honour, the best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, pastoral comical, historical pastoral, tragical historical, tragical comical, historical pastoral, scene indivisible, or poem unlimited. Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Plautus too light, for the law of writ and the liberty. These are the only men.
You are welcome, masters! Welcome all!
Oh, I am glad to see thee well. Welcome, good friends. Oh, old friend, why, what is Valence since I saw thee last? Comest thou to beard me in Denmark? We'll have a speech straight. Come, give us a taste of your quality. Come, a passionate speech.
What speech, my good lord?
Ah, I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted. Or if it was, not above once. For the play, I remember pleased not the million. 'Twas caviar to the general, but it was an excellent play. One speech in it I chiefly loved. 'Twas Aeneas's tale to Dido, and thereabout of it, especially when he speaks of Priam's slaughter. Now, if it live in your memory, begin at this line. Let me see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like the
Hyrcanian beast. Doth.
So, it begins with Pyrrhus, the rugged Pyrrhus, whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the night resemble. Now is he total ghouls, horridly tricked with blood of fathers, mothers, daughters, sons, baked and impasted on the parching streets, and thus ostracized with coagulate gore, with eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus, old grandsire Priam seeks. So proceed you.
So God, my lord. Yes, well spoken, with good accent and good discretion.
Anon, he finds him, striking too short at Greeks. His antique sword, rebellious to his arm, lies where it falls, repugnant to command. Unequal matched, Pyrrhus at Priam drives, in rage strikes wide, but with the width and wind of his fell sword, the unnerved father falls. Then senseless Ilium, seeming to feel this blow, with flaming top stoops to his base, and with a hideous crash takes prisoner Pyrrhus' ear. For lo, his sword, which was declining on the milky head of reverent Priam, seemed i' the air to stick. So, as a painted tyrant, Pyrrhus stood, and like a neutral to his will and matter, did nothing. But as we often see, against some storm, a silence in the heavens, the rack stands still, the bold winds speechless, and the orb below as hush as death. Anon, the dreadful thunder doth rend the region. So, after Pyrrhus' pause, aroused vengeance sets him new a work, and never did the Cyclops' hammers fall on Mars' armor forged for proof etern with less remorse than Pyrrhus' bleeding sword now falls on Priam.
This is too long.
It shall to the barbers with your beard. Prithee, say on. He's for a jig, or a tale of bawdry, or he sleeps. Daemon, come to Hecuba.
But who, woe, had seen the mob-led queen?
Mob-led queen.
Oh, that's good. Mob-led queen, that's good.
Run barefoot up and down, threatening the flames with bison ruin. A clout upon that head where late the diadem stood, and for a robe about her lank and all o'er timid loins, a blanket in the alarm of fear caught up. But if the gods themselves did see her then, when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamour that she made, unless things mortal move them not at all, would have made Milch the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods.
Oh, look where he has not turned his colour and has tears in his eyes. Prithee, no more.
'Tis well. I'll have thee speak the rest of this soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed? Do you hear? Let them be well used, for they are the abstract and brief chroniclers of the time. After your death, you were better have a bad epitaph than their ill report while you live.
My lord, I will use them according to their desert.
God's bodkin man, much better. Use every man after his desert, and who shall scape whipping? Use them after your own honour and dignity. The less they deserve, more merit is in your bounty. Take them in.
Come, sirs.
Follow him, friends. We'll hear a play tomorrow. Hey, dost thou hear me, old friend? Can you play The Murder of Gonzago?
Aye, my lord.
We'll have tomorrow night. You could, for need, study a speech of some dozen or 16 lines, which I would set down and insert int. Could you not?
Aye, my lord.
Very well. Follow that lord, and look you, mock him not. My good friends, I'll leave you till tonight. You are welcome to Elsinore. Now I am alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit that from her working all his visage wanned? Tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit, and all for nothing. For Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him? Or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do? Had he the motive and cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears, make mad the guilty, and appall the free, confound the ignorant, and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. Yet I, the dull and muddy-mettled rascal, peak like John a Dreams, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain? Breaks my pate across. Gives me the lie in the throat, tweaks me by the nose. Who does me this? Huh? swoons. I should take it. For it cannot be but I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter, or ere this I should have fatted of all the region's kites with this slave's offal, bloody, bawdy villain! Remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain! What an ass am I! This is most brave, that I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must like a whore unpack my heart with words, and fall a-cursing like a very drab scullion, for firepont, for about my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tend him to the quick, if but blench. I know my cause. The spirit that I have seen may be the devil, and the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape, yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, as he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 1, Elsinore. A room in Elsinore Castle. Enter King, Queen, Polonius, Ophelia, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern.
And can you by no drift of circumstance get from him why he puts on this confusion, grating so harshly all his days of quiet with turbulent and dangerous lunacy?
He does confess he feels himself distracted, but from what cause he will by no means speak.
Nor do we find him forward to be sounded, but with a crafty madness keeps aloof when we would bring him on to some confession of his true state.
Did he receive you well?
Most like a gentleman.
Did you essay him to any pastime?
Madam, it so fell out that certain players we o'erwrought on the way. Now, of these we told him, and there did seem in him a kind of joy to hear of it. They are about the court, and as I think they have already ordered this night to play before him.
'Tis most true, and he beseech me to entreat your majesties to hear and see the matter.
With all my heart, and it doth much content me to hear him so inclined. Good gentlemen, give him a further edge and drive his purpose into these delights.
We shall, my lord.
Sweet Gertrude, leave us too, for we have closely sent for Hamlet hither, that he, as 'twere by accident, may here affront Ophelia. Her father and myself, lawful espials, will so bestow ourselves that, hearing unseen, we may of their encounter frankly judge whether it be the affliction of his love or no that thus he suffers for.
I shall obey you. And for your part, Ophelia, I do wish that your good beauties be the happy cause of Hamlet's wildness. So shall I hope your virtues will bring him to his wonted way again. To both your honours.
Madam, I wish it may.
Ophelia, walk you here. Gracious, so please you, we will bestow ourselves. Oh, read on this book, that show of such an exercise may colour your loneliness. Oh, I hear him coming. Withdraw, my lord.
To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. To die. To sleep no more. And by asleep, to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die. To sleep. To sleep. Perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of disprized love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all. And thus the native hue of resolution is sickly dull with a pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment with this regard their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. Soft you now, the fair Ophelia, nymph, in thy orisons, be all my sins remembered.
Good, my lord. How does your honour for this many a day?
I humbly thank you. Well.
My lord, I have remembrances of yours that I have longed to redeliver. I pray you now receive them.
No, not I. I never gave you aught.
My honoured lord, you know right well you did. And with them words of so sweet breath composed that made the things more rich, their perfume lost. Take these again. For to the noble mind rich gifts wax poor when givers prove unkind. There, my lord.
Huh. Are you honest?
My lord?
Are you fair?
What means your lordship?
That if you be honest and fair, honesty should admit no discourse to your beauty.
Could beauty, my lord, have better commerce than with honesty?
Aye, truly, for the power of beauty will sooner transform honesty from what it is to a bawd than the force of honesty can translate beauty into his likeness. Now, this was sometime a paradox, but now the time gives it proof. I did love you once.
Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You should not have believed me. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? I am myself, indifferent, honest, but yet I could accuse me of such things that it were better my mother had not borne me. I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious, with more offences at my beck than I have thoughts to put them in, imagination to give them shape, or time to act them in. What should such fellows as I do, crawling between heaven and earth? We are arrant knaves, believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery. Where's your father?
At home, my lord.
Let the doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool nowhere but in's own house. Farewell.
Oh, help him, you sweet heavens!
If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery. Farewell. Or, if thou wilt need marry, marry a fool. For wise men know well enough what monsters you make of them. To a nunnery. Go, and quickly too. Farewell.
Heavenly powers, restore him!
Oh, I have heard of your paintings too well enough. No, God hath given you one face, and you make yourselves another. You jig, you amble, and you lisp. You nickname God's creatures, and make your wantonness your ignorance. Go to. I'll no more on't. It hath made me mad. I say, we will have no more marriages. Those that are married already, all but one, shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. To a nunnery. Go!
Oh, what a noble mind is here o'erthrown! The courtiers, soldiers, scholars, eye, tongue, sword, the expectation and rose of the fair state, the glass of fashion and the mould of form, the observed of all observers, quite down. And I, of ladies most deject and wretched, that sucked the honey of his music vows, now see the noble and most sovereign reason like sweet bells jangle out of tune and harsh, that unmatched form and stature of blown youth blasted with ecstasy. Oh, woe is me, to have seen what I have seen, see what I see.
Love, his affections do not that way tend, nor what he spake, though it lacked form a little, was not like madness. Something in his soul, o'er which his melancholy sits on brood. And I do doubt the hatch and the disclose will be some danger, which for to prevent, I have in quick determination thus set it down. He shall with speed to England, for the demand of our neglected tribute. I believe the seas and countries different with variable objects shall expel this something settled matter in his heart, but on his brain still beating puts him thus from fashion of himself. What think you on it?
It shall do well, but yet do I believe the origin and commencement of his grief sprung from neglected love. How now, Ophelia? You need not tell us what Lord Hamlet said, we heard it all. My lord, do as you please, but if you hold it fit, after the play, let his queen mother all alone entreat him to show his grief. Let her be round with him, and I'll be pleased, so please you, in the ear of all their conference. If she find him not, to England send him, or confine him where your wisdom best shall think.
It shall be so. Madness in great ones must not unwatched go.
Exeunt. Act 3, Scene 2, Elsinore, a hall in Elsinore Castle. Enter Hamlet and players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly, on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of our players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines. Nor Do not saw the air too much with your hands. Thus. But use all gently. For in the very torrent, tempest, and, as I may say, whirlwind of your passion, you must acquire and beget a temperance that may give it smoothness. Oh, it offends me to the soul to hear a robustious, periwig-pated fellow tear passion to tatters, but to very rags, to split the ear of the groundlings, who, for the most part, are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb shows and noise. Out Herod's Herod. Pray you, avoid it.
I warrant your honour.
Be not too tame, neither. But let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the word to the action to the word, with this special observance that you overstep not the modesty of nature. For anything so overdone is from the purpose of playing, whose end, both at the first and now, was and is to hold as 'twere a mirror up to nature, to show virtue her feature, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. Now this overdone, or come tardy off, though it make the unskilful laugh, it cannot but make the judicious grieve, the censure of which one must in your allowance owe away a whole theatre of others. And let those that play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them. That's villainous. Go, make you ready. Oh, now, my lord, will the king hear this piece of work?
And the queen too, and that presently.
Bid the players make haste. Will you two help to hasten them?
Aye, my lord.
Oh, what ho, Horatio.
Here, sweet lord, at your service.
Horatio, thou art e'en as just a man as e'er my conversation coped withal.
Oh, my dear lord.
Nay, do not think I flatter. For what advancement may I hope from thee, that no revenue hast but thy good spirits? Since my dear soul was mistress of her choice, and could of men distinguish her election, she hath sealed thee for herself. Blessed art those whose blood and judgment are so well co-medled that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger, to sound what stop she please. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core. Aye, in my heart of heart, as I do thee. Something too much of this. There is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, observe my uncle. If his occulted guilt do not itself unkennel in one speech, it is a damned ghost that we have seen. For mine eyes will rivet to his face. And after, we will both our judgments join in censure of his seeming.
Well, my lord, if he steal aught the whilst this play is playing, and scape detecting, I will pay the theft.
We're coming to the play. I must be idle. Get you a place.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent, i' faith. Of the chameleon's dish, I eat the air. Promise crammed. You cannot feed capon so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine, neither. My lord! Oh, you played once in the university, you say?
That did I, my lord, and was accounted a good actor.
What did you enact?
I did enact Julius Caesar. I was killed in the Capitol. Brutus killed me.
It was a brute part of him to kill so capital a calf there. Be the players ready?
Aye, my lord, they stay upon your patience.
Come hither, my dear Hamlet, sit by me.
No, mother. Here's metal more attractive.
Oh, do you mark that?
Lady! Shall I lie in your lap?
No, my lord.
I mean, my head upon your lap.
I, my lord?
Did you think I meant country matters?
I think nothing, my lord.
It's a fair thought to lie between a maiden's legs.
What is, my lord?
Nothing!
You are merry, my lord.
Oh, I?
I, my lord.
What should a man do but be merry? For look you, how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long? Why? And there's hope yet, that a great man's memory may outlive his life half a year.
What means this, my lord?
We shall know by this fellow. The players cannot keep counsel. They'll tell all.
For us and for our tragedy, here's stooping to your clemency. We beg your hearing, patiently.
Is this the prologue or the posy of a ring?
'Tis brief, my lord.
There's woman's love.
Full 30 times hath Phoebus' cart gone round, Neptune salt wash, and Tellus orbit ground. And 30 dozen moons with borrowed sheen about the world have times 12 30s been, since love, our hearts, and Hymen did our hands unite commutual in most sacred bands.
So many journeys may the sun and moon make us again count o'er ere love be done. But woe is me, you are so sick of late, so far from cheer and from your former state that I distrust you. Proof hath made you know that as my love is sized, my fear is so. Where love is great, the littlest doubts grow fear. Where little fears grow great, great love grows there.
Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too. My operant powers their functions leave to do. And thou shalt live in this fair world behind, honored, beloved, and haply one as kind, for husband shalt thou.
Oh, confound the rest! Such love must needs be treason in my breast. In second husband let me be accursed. None wed the second, but who killed the first?
That's wormwood.
A second time I kill my husband dead, when second husband kisses me in bed.
I do believe you think what now you speak, but what we do determine oft we break. This world is not for aye, nor 'tis not strange, that even our loves should with our fortunes change. So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead.
Nor earth to me give food, nor heaven light, sport and repose lock from me day and night, both here and hence pursue me lasting strife. If once I be a widow, ever I be a wife.
She should break it now.
'Tis deeply sworn. Sweet, leave me here a while. My spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile the tedious day with sleep.
Sleep rock thy brain, and never come mischance between us twain.
Madam, how like you the play?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks.
Oh, but she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is there no offence in it?
No, no, did you but jest? Poison in jest, no offence in the world.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. The play is the very image of a murder done in Vienna. Gonzago is the Duke's name, his wife's Baptista. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece. But what of that? Your Majesty, and we that have free souls, it touches us not. Oh, this is one Lucianus, nephew to the king. Begin, murderer, leave thy damnable faces, and begin. Come, the croaking raven doth bellow for revenge.
Thoughts black, hands apt, drugs fit, and time agreeing. Confederate season, else no creature seeing. The mixture rank of midnight weeds collected, with Hecate's ban thrice blasted, thrice infected, thy natural magic and dire property on wholesome life usurps immediately.
Garden for his estate. His name's Gonzago. The story is extant and written in very choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife.
The king rises.
How fares my lord?
Lighted with false fire.
Hey, come on, play! Lights! 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 Lights!
Horatio, I'll take the ghost's word for £1,000. Didst perceive?
Very well, my lord.
Upon the talk of poisoning.
I did very well note him.
Come. Some music. Come, the recorders. For if the king like not the comedy, why then, perlikes he likes it not bloody. Come, some music.
Good my lord, vouchsafe me a word with you.
Sir, a whole history.
The king, sir,
Aye, sir, what of him?
is in his retirement marvellous distempered.
With drink, sir?
No, my lord, with choler.
Your wisdom should show itself more richer to signify this to the doctor. For me to put him to his purgation would perhaps plunge him into more choler.
Good my lord, put your discourse into some frame and start not so wildly from my affair.
I am tame, sir. Pronounce.
The queen, your mother, in most great affliction of spirit, hath sent me to you.
You are welcome.
Nay, good my lord, this courtesy is not of the right breed. If it shall please you to make me a wholesome answer, I will do your mother's commandment. If not, your pardon and my return shall be the end of my business.
Sir, I cannot.
What, my lord?
Make you a wholesome answer. My wit's diseased. But, sir, such answer as I can make, you shall command. But to the matter, my mother, you say.
Then thus she says, your behaviour hath struck her into amazement and admiration.
Oh, wonderful son that can so astonish a mother. But is there no sequel at the heels of this mother's admiration? Impart.
She desires to speak with you in her closet ere you go to bed.
We shall obey, were she 10 times our mother. Have you any further trade with us?
My lord, you once did love me.
And still do, by these pickers and stealers.
Good my lord, what is the cause of your distemper? You do surely bar the door upon your own liberty if you deny your griefs to your friend.
Sir, I lack advancement.
How can that be when you have the voice of the king himself for your succession in Denmark?
Aye, sir, but while the grass grows, the proverb is something musty. Woohoo! The recorders! Woo! Will you play upon this pipe?
My lord, I cannot.
I pray you.
Believe me, I cannot.
I do beseech you.
I know no touch of it, my lord.
It is as easy as lying. Govern these vestiges with your fingers and thumbs, give it breath with your mouth, and it will discourse most eloquent music. Look you, these are the stops.
But these cannot I command to any utterance of harmony. I have not the skill.
Why? Look you now, how unworthy a thing you make of me. You would play upon me. You would seem to know my stops. You would pluck out the heart of my mystery. You would sound me from my lowest note to the top of my compass, and there is much music, excellent voice in this little organ, yet cannot you make it speak? Splut! Do you think I am easier to be played on than a pipe? Call me what instrument you will, though you fret me, you cannot play upon me. God bless you, sir!
My lord, the Queen would speak with you, and presently.
Do you see yonder cloud that's almost in the shape of a camel?
Oh, by the mass. And 'tis like a camel indeed.
Methinks it is like a weasel.
It's backed like a weasel.
Or like a whale?
Very like a whale.
Then I shall come to my mother by and by.
I will say so.
By and by is easily said. Leave me, friends. 'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft now, to my mother. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none. My tongue and soul in this be hypocrites. Now, in my words, somever she be shent, to give them seals, never my soul consent.
Exits. Act 3, Scene 3, Elsinore, a room in Elsinore Castle. Enter King, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern.
Like him not, nor stands it safe with us to let his madness range. Therefore prepare you. I your commission will forthwith dispatch, and he to England shall along with you. The terms of our estate may not endure hazard so dangerous as doth hourly grow out of his lunacies. Arm you, I pray you, to this speedy voyage, for we will fetters put about this fear, which now goes too free-footed.
We will haste us.
My lord, he is going to his mother's closet. Behind the arras I'll convey myself to hear the process. Fare you well, my liege. I'll call upon you ere you go to bed and tell you what I know.
Thanks, dear my lord. Oh, my fence is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal eldest curse upon't. A brother's murder. Pray can I not? Though inclination be as sharp as will, my stronger guilt defeats my strong intent. And like a man to double business bound, I stand in pause, for I shall first begin and both neglect. What if this cursed hand were thicker than itself with brother's blood? Is there not rain enough in the sweet heaven to wash it white as snow? Whereto serves mercy, but to confront the visage of offence? And what's in prayer but this twofold force, to be forestalled ere we come to fall, or pardoned being down? Then I'll look up. My fault is past. But oh, What form of prayer can serve my turn? Forgive me my foul murder. That cannot be, since I am still possessed of those effects for which I did the murder. My crown, mine own ambition, and my queen. May one be pardoned and retain the offence? In the corrupted currents of this world, offence's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft 'tis seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law. But 'tis not so above. There is no shuffling. There the action lies in his true nature, and we ourselves compelled even to the teeth and forehead of our faults to give in evidence. What then? What rests? Try what repentance can. What can it not? Yet what can it when one cannot repent? Ah, wretched state! Oh, bosom black as death! Oh, limed soul that struggling to be free art more engaged! Help! Angels! Make us say! Bow the knees and heart. Rings of steel be soft as sinews of the newborn babe. All may be well.
Now might I do it, Pat. Now he is a praying, and now I'll do it! And so it goes to heaven. And so am I revenged? That would be scanned. A villain kills my father, and for that I, his sole son, do this same villain send to heaven? Why, this is hire and salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes broad blown as flush as May. And how his audit stands, who knows, save heaven? But in our circumstance and course of thought, 'tis heavy with him. And am I then revenged to take him in the purging of his soul when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Up, sword, and know thou a more horrid hent. When he is drunk asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasure of his bed, at game, a swearing, or about some act which hath no relish of salvation in't, then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as hell, whereto it goes. My mother stays. This physic but prolongs thy sickly days.
My words fly up. My thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 4, Elsinore, the Queen's room in Elsinore Castle. Enter Queen Gertrude and Polonius.
He will come straight. Look, you lay home to him. Tell him his pranks have been too broad to bear with, and that your grace hath screened and stood between much heat and him. I'll silence me even here. Pray you, be round with him.
I'll warrant you, fear me not.
Mother!
Withdraw, I hear him coming.
Now, mother! What's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, You have my father much offended.
Come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go, you question with a wicked tongue.
Why, how now, Hamlet?
What's the matter now?
Have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. And would it were not so, you are my mother.
Nay, then I'll set you to those that can speak.
Come, and sit you down. You shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass wherein you may see the inmost part of you.
What wilt thou do? Thou wilt not murder me. Help! Ho!
No! Help!
How now? A rat! Dead for a ducat! Dead!
I am slain!
Oh, me! What hast thou done?
I know not. Is it the king?
What a rash and bloody deed is this?
A bloody deed? Almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
As kill a king?
Aye, lady, 'twas my word. Thou, wretched, rash, intruding fool! Farewell. I took thee for thy better. Take thy fortune. Leave wringing of your hands, peace! Sit you down, and let me wring your heart, for so I shall if it be made of penetrable stuff.
What have I done that thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me?
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love and sets a blister there, makes marriage vows as false as Dice's oaths. Oh, such a deed is thought sick at the act.
Ay me, what act? That roars so loud and thunders in the index.
Look here, upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow, Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten and command, a station like the herald Mercury, new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill, a combination and a form indeed, where every god did seem to set his seal to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband. And look you now, what follows? Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Could you, on this fair mountain, leave to feed and batten on this more? Huh? Have you eyes? You cannot call it love. For at your age, the heyday in the blood is tame. It's humble and waits upon the judgment. And what judgment would step from this to this?
Oh, speak no more, thou turn'st mine eyes into my very soul. And there I see such black and grained spots as will not leave their taint.
Nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an enseamed bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love over the nasty sty.
Oh, speak to me no more, these words like daggers enter my ears no more. Sweet Hamlet.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not the 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord, a vice of kings, a cutpurse of the empire and the rule, that from a shelf the precious diadem stole and put it in his pocket.
Oh, no more!
A king of shreds and patches. Save me and hover o'er me with your wings. Heavenly gods, what would your gracious figure?
Alas, he is mad.
Do not you come your tardy son to chide? That lapsed in time and passion lets go by the important act of your dread command? Oh, say!
Do not forget! This visitation is but to whet thy almost blunted purpose. But look, amazement on your mother sits. Oh, step between her and her fighting soul. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is't with you, lady?
Alas, how is't with you? That you do bend your eye on vacancy, and with the incorporeal air do hold discourse. Whereon do you look?
On him. On him! Do not look upon me, lest with this piteous action you convert my stern effects. Then what I have to do will want true colour.
To whom do you speak this?
Do you see nothing there?
Nothing at all, yet all that is, I see.
Nor did you nothing hear?
No, nothing, but ourselves.
Why, look you! There he is! Look! Oh, it steals away. My father, in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes even now, out of the portal.
This is the very coinage of your brain. This bodiless creation, ecstasy, is very cunning in.
Ecstasy? My pulse, as yours, doth temperately keep time and makes as healthful music. It is not madness that I have uttered. Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul. Not your trespass, but my madness speaks. Repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them ranker.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
No, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night, but go not to my uncle's bed. Assume a virtue if you have it not, and when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. For this same Lord, I do repent, but heaven hath pleased it so to punish me with this, and this with me, that I must be their scourge and minister. I will bestow him, and will answer well the death I gave him. So again, good night. I must be cruel only to be kind. This bad begins, and worse remains behind. One word more, good lady.
What shall I do?
Not this, by no means, that I bid you do. Let the bloat king tempt you again to bed. Pinch wanton on your cheek. Call you his mouse. And let him for a pair of reachy kisses, or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers, make you to ravel all this matter out, that I essentially am not in madness, but mad in craft.
Be thou assured, if words be made of breath and breath of life, I have no life to breathe what thou hast said to me.
I must to England. You know that?
Alack, I had forgot. 'Tis so concluded on.
This man shall set me packing. I'll lug the guts into the neighbour room. Mother, good night indeed. This counsellor is now most silent, most secret, and most grave, who was in life a foolish, prating knave. Come, sir, to draw towards an end with you. Good night, mother.
Exeunt severally, Hamlet tugging in Polonius. Groundlings, this is your 5-minute interval. You now have 5 minutes to refresh your drinks, refresh yourselves, and prepare for the second half. If you have any questions for myself, the production team, or our guest introducer, do let us know. Otherwise, please be ready for the second half to begin in approximately 5 minutes' time at 9 BST. Thank you so much. If you're enjoying this show so far, please do like and subscribe. Post your reactions using the hashtag #ShowMustGoOnline and tag us at TSMG Online Live on Twitter and at The Show Must Go On Live on Insta and Facebook. While you're there, now might be a good time to put in an order for the Shakespeare deck. If that's the kind of thing that tickles your fancy, there is a link in the description. Please do remember to get those questions in for us sooner rather than later. That 5 minutes goes past very quickly. Hi, Sarah. How are you doing?
I'm great, thank you. Oh, what a show.
An extraordinarily intense first half.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, yeah. I'm in awe of the team.
Absolutely. Hats off to everybody's contributions so far. Truly astonishing. Truly astonishing. Just wondering, do we have updates from either our Patreon or Redbubble merchandise store this week?
Yes, so I do have a couple of names to shout out for the Patreon this week. So again, as always, thank you so much to all of our fabulous patrons who continue to support the project. It means so much to those involved who give their time and their energy and talents freely to entertain you every week. So a couple of names for you, including some who have actually increased their monthly donation, which is absolutely wonderful. So we've got David B, Catherine L, and Matthias C. So thank you so much to you, our new patrons. If you are new to the show and you are not currently a patron subscriber, then if you would like to tip your actors and creatives for the show this evening, then head to the link in the video description and you can sign up to donate something and contribute to our fantastic project. We have lots of lovely exclusive content that we share every week with thanks to the wonderful Ruth Page. So I know this week we've got a couple of actor vlogs coming, which is super exciting. We'll give you a little bit of behind the scenes insight into what it's like to be involved in one of our shows.
Marvellous. Thanks so much, Sarah. Just a couple of minutes left now. We have approximately 3 minutes remaining. So this is your 3-minute bell, if that's something that you require at home. I imagine probably not. Got a question here on how we did the Zoom effect of the Hamlet and Claudius murder. Which I believe may well be a theatrical first. It's not possible, of course, in theatre to split actors in two and have them on both screens simultaneously. However, through the magic of Zoom, we are able to do that. And it involves a little bit of preparation, a little bit of projection, and a lot of commitment and technical jiggery-pokery on behalf of our actors and crew. We went through several iterations of the blocking for that scene to figure out how it might work best. And I'm thrilled to say that it came out beautifully. So thank you so much to all of those who enjoyed it. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Wonderful. Do we have any more questions coming in? Let's have a look. Looks like, oh, somebody's asking about the pin badges in the store. I can tell you that regrettably, we have yet to be able to add the pin badges to the store as they're only available from North America, which means for our UK contingent, the postage will be £9. So that would mean 9 of your £10 would go to the postal service and not to TSMGO, which doesn't feel like the best use of your money, sadly. As soon as they do source a UK distributor, we will, of course, get those on the shop. So fingers crossed, and bear with us while we seek an answer from Redbubble on that. Thank you so much.
I will also say with Redbubble, we are working on an additional feature of merchandise that will hopefully be coming to the shop very soon. So stay tuned for updates. We will, of course, announce it on the show and on socials as soon as that has gone live. I'm very excited.
Marvellous. So as Sarah said, you can now get merchandise from Redbubble. You can donate to our Patreon, or if you would like to support me directly, you can buy a Shakespeare deck. So there are all kinds of options of ways that you can show your support, but probably the best of those is our Patreon fund. It is an opt-in hardship fund for all those who take part, many, if not all of whom, will have lost work as a direct result of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. You can give as little as £1.25 a month, I believe, believe, including tax, and that will give you access to all kinds of exclusives and also enable our actors to receive a contribution should they choose to opt in. So your contributions would be very, very welcome. Thank you so much, everyone. And now the second half is about to commence. So Sarah, if I can ask you to go to the backstage area, thank you so much. And we are going to make a start now on the second half of William Shakespeare's Hamlet. Act 4, Scene 1, Elsinore, a room in Elsinore Castle. Enter King.
Matter in these sighs, these profound heaves, you must translate. 'Tis fit we understand them. Where is your son?
Ay, my good lord, what have I seen tonight?
What, Gertrude, how does Hamlet?
Mad as the sea and wind when both contend which is the mightier. In his lawless fit, behind the arras hearing something stir, whips out his rapier, cries, a rat, and in this brainish apprehension kills the unseen good old man.
Oh, heavy deed. It had been so with us had we been there. His liberty is full of threats to all, to you yourself, to us, to everyone. Alas, how shall this bloody deed be answered? It will be laid to us, whose providence should have kept short, restrained and out of haunt this mad young man. But so much was our love, we would not undertake what was most fit, but like the owner of a foul disease, to keep it from divulging, let it feed even on the pith of life. Where has he gone?
To draw apart the body he hath killed.
Oh, Gertrude, come away. The sun no sooner shall the mountains touch, but we will ship him hence. And this vile deed we must with all our majesty and skill both countenance and excuse. Ho, Guildenstern, friends both, go join you with some further aid. Hamlet in madness hath Polonius slain, and from his mother's closet hath he dragged him. Go, seek him out, speak fair, and bring the body into the chapel. I pray you haste in this. Come, Gertrude. We'll call up our wisest friends and let them know both what we mean to do and what's untimely done. Oh, come away. My soul is full of discord and dismay.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 2, Elsinore, another room in Elsinore Castle. Enter Hamlet.
Safely stowed.
Hamlet?
Lord Hamlet!
Oh, here they come.
What have you done, my lord, with the dead body?
Compounded it with dust, whereto 'tis kin.
Tell us where 'tis, then we may take it thence and bear it to the chapel.
Do not believe it.
Believe what?
That I can keep your counsel and not mine own. Besides, to be demanded of a sponge, what replication should be made by the son of a king?
Take you me for a sponge, my lord?
Aye, sir, that soaks up the king's countenance, his rewards, his authorities. When he needs what you have gleaned, it is but squeezing you, and sponge, you shall be dry again.
I understand you not, my lord.
I am glad of it. A knavish speech sleeps in a foolish ear.
Oh, my lord. You must tell me where the body is and go with us to the king.
The body is with the king, but the king is not with the body. The king is a thing.
A thing, my lord?
Of nothing. Bring me to him.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 3, another room in Elsinore Castle. Enter King.
I have sent to seek him and to find the body. How dangerous is it that this man goes loose? Yet must we not put the strong law on him? He's loved of the distracted multitude, who like not in their judgment, but their eyes. This sudden sending him away must seem deliberate pause. Diseases desperate, grown by desperate appliance, are relieved, or not at all. Oh, now, what hath befallen?
Where the dead body is bestowed, my lord, we cannot get from him.
But where is he?
Without, my lord, guarded, to know your pleasure.
Bring him before us.
Ho, bring in the lord.
Now, Hamlet, where's Polonius?
Supper.
At supper? Where?
Not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of politic worms are e'en at him. Your worm is your only emperor for diet. We fat all creatures else to fat us, and we fat ourselves for maggots. Your fat king and your lean beggar is but variable service, 2 dishes, but to 1 table. That's the end.
Alas, alas.
A man may fish with the worm that hath eat of a king, and eat of the fish that hath fed of that worm.
What dost thou mean by this?
Nothing but to show you how a king may go a progress through the guts of a beggar.
Where is Polonius?
In heaven! Send hither to see him. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But if indeed you find him not within this month, you shall nose him as you go upstairs into the lobby.
Go seek him there.
He will stay till you come.
Hamlet, this deed, for thine especial safety, which we do tender, as we dearly grieve for that which thou hast done, must send thee hence with fiery quickness. Therefore prepare thyself for England.
For England?
Aye, Hamlet.
Good.
So is it, if thou knewest our purposes.
I see a cherub that sees them. But come, for England. Farewell, dear mother.
Thy loving father, Hamlet.
My mother. See, father and mother is man and wife. Man and wife is one flesh. So, my mother. Come! For England.
Follow him at foot. Tempt him with speed aboard. Delay it not. I'll have him hence tonight. And England, if my love thou hold'st at aught, as my great power thereof may give thee sense, since yet thy cicatrice looks raw and red after the Danish sword, and thy free oar pays homage to us, thou mayst not coldly set our sovereign process, which imports at full, by letters congering to that effect, the present death of Hamlet. Do it, England!
Exit. Act 4, Scene 4, near Elsinore, a plain in Denmark. Enter Fortinbras with his army over the stage.
Go, Captain. From me, greet the Danish king. Tell him that, by his license, Fortinbras craves the conveyance of a promised march over his kingdom. You know the rendezvous. If that his majesty would aught with us, we shall express our duty in his eye. Let him know so.
I will do it, my lord.
Go softly on.
Good sir, whose powers are these?
They are of Norway, sir.
How purposed, sir, I pray you?
Against some part of Poland?
Who commands them, sir?
The nephew to old Norway, Fortinbras.
Goes it against the main of Poland, sir, or some frontier?
Truly to speak, and with no addition, we go to gain a patch of ground that hath in it no profit but the name, to pay 5 ducats. 5. I would not farm it.
Why then the Polack never will defend it?
Yes, it is already garrisoned.
I humbly thank you, sir.
God by you, sir.
Will it please you go, my lord?
Be with you straight. Go a little before. How all occasions do inform against me, and spur my dull revenge. What is a man, if his chief good and market of his time be but to sleep and feed. At least, no more. Sure, he that made us with such large discourse, looking before and after, gave us not that capability and godlike reason to fust in us unused. Now, whether it be bestial oblivion, or some craven scruple of thinking too precisely on the event, a thought which quartered hath but 1 part wisdom and ever 3 parts coward, I do not know why yet I live to say this thing's to do. Sith I have cause and will and strength and means to do it. Examples gross as earth exhort me. Witness this army, such mass and charge, led by a delicate and tender prince, exposing what is mortal and unsure to all that fortune, death, and danger dare, even for an eggshell. Rightly to be great is not to stir without great argument, but greatly to find quarrel in straw when honour's at the stake. How stand I then to have a father killed, a mother stained, excitements of my reason and my blood, and let all sleep, while to my shame I see the imminent death of 20,000 men, that for a fantasy and trick of fame go to their graves like beds, fight for a plot whereon the numbers cannot try the cause, which is not tomb enough and continent to hide the slain. Oh, from this time forth, my thoughts, be bloody, will be nothing worth.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 5, Elsinore, a room in Elsinore Castle. Enter Horatio and Queen Gertrude.
I will not speak with her.
She is importunate, indeed distract. Her mood will needs be pitied.
What would she have?
She speaks much of her father. Says she hears there's tricks of the world and hems and beats her heart, spurns enviously at straws, speaks things in doubt that carry but half sense. Her speech is nothing.
For good she was spoken with, for she may strew dangerous conjectures in ill-breeding minds. Let her come in. To my sick soul, as sin's true nature is, each toy seems prologue to some great amiss. So full of artless jealousy is guilt, it spills itself in fearing to be spilt.
Where is this beauteous majesty of Denmark?
How now, Ophelia?
How should I your true love know from another one? By his cockle hat and staff, and his sandal shoe.
Alas, sweet lady, what imports this song?
Say you! Nay, pray you, Mark. He is dead and gone, lady, he is dead and gone. At his head a grass green turf, at his heels a stone. Oh!
Nay, nay, but Ophelia.
Pray you, Mark. White as shroud as the mountain snow, larded all with sweet flowers, which be wept to the grave did grow, with true love showers.
How do you, pretty lady?
Well, God yield you! They say the hour was a baker's daughter. Lord, we know what we are, but no, not what we may be. God be at your table.
Concede upon her father.
Pray, let's have no words of this. But when they ask you what it means, say you this. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day, all in the morning betime. and I have made at your window to be your Valentine. Then up he rose and donned his clothes and doffed the chamber door, let in the maid, that out the maid never departed more.
But pretty Ophelia.
Indeed, without an oath, I shall make an end on't. By Gis and Saint Charity, alack and fie for shame, young men will do if they come to it, by cock they are to blame. Quoth she, before you tumble me, you promised me to wed, so would I have done by yonder sun, and thou hadst not come to my bed.
How long hath she been thus?
I hope all will be well. We must be patient. But I cannot choose but weep to think they should lay him in the cold ground. Ah, my brother shall know of it. And so I thank you for your good counsel. Come, my coach. Good night, ladies. Good night. Good night, sweet ladies. Good night. Good night.
Follow her close, give her good watch, I pray you. Oh, this is the poison of deep grief. It springs all from her father's death. And now behold, oh, Gertrude, Gertrude, when sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions.
Peace, Laertes shall be king!
Alack, what noise is this?
What is the matter?
Save yourself, my lord. The ocean, o'erpeering of his list, eats not the flats with more impetuous haste than young Laertes in a riotous head o'erbears your officers. The rabble call him lord. They cry, choose we. Laertes shall be king. Caps, hands, and tongues applaud it to the clouds. Laertes shall be king. Laertes king.
The doors are broke.
Where is this king? So I'll stand you all without.
Go! Let's come in!
I pray you give me leave.
We will. We will.
I thank you. Keep the door. Thou vile king, give me my father!
Calmly, good Laertes.
That drop of blood that's calm proclaims me bastard, cries cuckold to my father, brands the harlot even here between the chaste, unsmirched brow of my true mother.
What is the cause, Laertes? That thy rebellion looks so giant-like. Let him go, Gertrude, do not fear our person. Why art thou thus incensed? Let him go, Gertrude. Speak, man.
Where is my father?
Dead.
But not by him.
Let him demand his fill.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with. To hell allegiance, vows to the blackest devil, conscience and grace to the profoundest pit. I dare condemnation. To this point I stand, that both worlds I give to negligence. Come what comes, I'll only be revenged, most thoroughly, for my father.
Good Laertes, if you desire to know the certainty of your dear father's death, is 't writ in your revenge that sweepstake you'll draw both friend and foe, winner and loser?
None but his enemies.
Will you know them then?
To his good friends, thus wide I'll ope my arms.
Why, now you speak like a good child and a true gentleman. That I am guiltless of your father's death and am most sensible in grief for it. It shall as level to your judgment peer as day does to your eye. Let her come in.
Oh no, what noise was that? Oh, heat to dry up my brains. Oh, roots of May. Oh, sweet maid. Kind sister. Dear Ophelia! Oh, heavens! Is possible a young maid's wit should be as mortal as an old man's life?
I bore him barefaced on the bier, and on his face rained many a tear. Fare you well, my dove.
Thy wits, and did persuade revenge, it could not move thus.
There's rosemary. That's for remembrance. Pray you, love, remember. And there's pansies. That's for thoughts.
The documented madness, thoughts and remembrance fitted.
There's fennels for you, and columbines. There's rue for you, and here's some for me. We may call it Harbour Grace or Sundays. You may wear your rue with a difference. There's a daisy. I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. They say he made a good end. The bonny sweet robin is all my joy, and will not come again, and will not come again. No, no, he is dead, gone to his deathbed, he never will come again. His beard was as white as snow, all flaxen was his poll. He is gone, he is gone. We cast away a moan. Heaven a mercy on our honest soul, and on all Christian souls. God by you.
Do you see this, oh God?
Laertes, I must commune with your grief. Be you content to lend your patience to us, and we shall jointly labour with your soul to give it due content.
Let this be so. His means of death, his obscure funeral cry to be heard as 'twere from heaven to earth, that I must call in question.
So you shall. And where the offence is, let the great axe fall. I pray you, go with me.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 6, Elsinore. Another room in Elsinore Castle. Enter Horatio and a gentleman.
What are they that would speak with me?
Seafaring men, sir. They say they have letters for you.
Let them come in. I do not know from what part of the world I should be greeted, if not from Lord Hamlet.
God bless you, sir.
Let him bless thee too.
I shall, sir, and it please him. There's a letter for you, sir. It came from the ambassador that was bound for England. If your name be Horatio, as I am let to know it is.
Horatio, when thou shalt have overlooked this, give these fellows some means to the king. They have letters for him. Ere we 2 days were old at sea, a pirate of very warlike appointment gave us chase. Finding ourselves too slow of sail, we put out a compelled valor, and on the grapple I boarded them. On the instant they got clear of our ship, so I alone became their prisoner. They have dealt with me like thieves of mercy, but they knew what they did. I am to do a good turn for them. Let the king have the letters I have sent, and repair thou to me with as much speed as thou wouldst fly death. I have words to speak in thine ear will make thee dumb, yet they are much too light for the bore of the matter. These good fellows will bring thee where I am. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern hold their course for England. Of them I have much to tell thee. Farewell. He that thou knowst thine. Hamlet. Come, I will give you your way for these your letters, and do it the speedier that you may direct me to him from whom you brought them.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 7, Elsinore. Another room in Elsinore Castle. Enter King and Laertes.
Now must your conscience my acquittance seal. You must put me in your heart for friend. Sith you have heard, and with a knowing ear, that he which hath your noble father slain pursued my life.
It well appears, but tell me why you proceeded not against these feats so criminal and so capital in nature, as by your safety, greatness, wisdom, all things else, you mainly were stirred up.
For 2 special reasons, which may to you perhaps seem much unsinewed, but yet to me are strong. The Queen, his mother, lives almost by his looks. The other motive is the great love the general gender bear him.
And so have I a noble father lost, a sister driven to desperate terms, whose worth, if praises may go back again, stood challenger on mount of all the age for her perfections. But my revenge will come.
Break not your sleeps for that. You must not think that we are made of stuff so flat and dull that we can let our beard be shook with danger and think it pastime. You shortly shall hear more. I loved your father, and we love ourselves, and that, I hope, will teach you to imagine. How now, what news?
Letters, my lord, from Hamlet. These to your majesty, this to the queen.
From Hamlet? Who brought them?
Sailors, my lord, they say. I saw them not.
Laertes, you shall hear them. Leave us. High and mighty, you shall know I am set naked on your kingdom. Tomorrow shall I beg leave to see your kingly eyes, when I shall, first asking you pardon thereunto, recount the occasion of my sudden and more strange return. Hamlet. What should this mean? Are all the rest come back, or is it some abuse of no such thing?
Know you the hand?
'Tis Hamlet's character, naked. And in a postscript here, he says, alone.
I'm lost in it.
Can you advise me?
I'm lost in it, my lord. But let him come. It warms the very sickness of my heart that I should live and tell him to his teeth, thus diest thou.
If it be so, Laertes, and how should it be so? How otherwise will you be ruled by me?
Aye, my lord. So you will not o'errule me to a peace?
To thine own peace. If he be now returned, as checking at his voyage, and that he means no more to undertake it, I will work him to an exploit. Now ripen my device, under the which he shall not choose, but fall. And for his death, no wind of blame shall breathe, but even his mother shall uncharge the practice, and call it accident.
My lord, I will be ruled, the rather if you could devise it so that I may be the organ.
It falls right. You have been talked of since your travel much, and that in Hamlet's hearing, for a quality wherein they say you shine. Your sum of parts did not altogether pluck such envy from him as did that one.
What part is that, my lord?
For art and exercise in your defence, and for your rapier most especial. Now, out of this...
What out of this, my lord?
Laertes, was your father dear to you? Or are you like the painting of a sorrow, a face without a heart?
Why ask you this?
Not that I think you did not love your father, but that I know love is begun by time, and that I see in passages of proof time qualifies the spark and fire of it. There lives within the very flame of love a kind of wick or snuff that will abate it. And nothing is at a like goodness still, for goodness, growing to a pleurisy, dies in his own too much. That we would do, we should do when we would, for this would changes, and hath abatements and delays as many as there are tongues, are hands, are accidents. And then this should is like a spendthrift sigh that hurts by easing. But to the quick of the ulcer, Hamlet comes back. What would you undertake to show yourself your father's deed, your father's son indeed, more than in words?
To cut his throat in the church.
No place indeed should murder sanctuarize. Revenge should have no bounds. But, good Laertes, will you do this? Keep close within your chamber. Hamlet returned shall know you are come home. Will put on those shall praise your excellence and wager o'er your heads. He, being remiss, most generous and free from all contriving, will not peruse the foils. So that with ease, or with a little shuffling, you may choose a sword unbaited, and in a pass of practice, requite him for your father.
I will do it, and for that purpose I'll anoint my sword. I bought an unction of a mountebank, so mortal, but to dip a knife in it, where it draws blood, no cataplasm so rare, collected from all simples that have the virtue under the moon, can save the thing from death, that it is but scratched withal. I will touch my point with this contagion, that if I gall him slightly, it may be death.
Let's further think on this. Weigh what convenience both of time and means may fit us to our shape. If this should fail, and that our drift look through a bad performance, it were better not assayed. Therefore this project should have a back or second that might hold if this did blast in proof. Oh, let me see. I had. When in your motion you are hot and dry, as make your bouts more violent to that end, and that he calls for drink, I'll have prepared him a chalice for the nonce, whereon but sipping, if he by chance escape your venomed stuck, our purpose may hold there. But stay, what noise?
Oh, woe doth tread upon another's heel, so fast they follow. Your sister's drowned, Laertes.
Drowned? Where?
There is a willow, grows askant the brook, that shows his hoary leaves in the glassy stream. There with fantastic garlands did she make, of crowflowers, nettles, daisies, and long purples that liberal shepherds give a grosser name, but our cold maids do dead men's fingers call them. There on the pendant boughs her coronet weeds clambering to hang, an envious sliver broke, when down her weedy trophies and herself fell in the weeping brook. Her clothes spread wide and mermaid-like a while they bore her up, which time she chanted snatches of old tunes, as one incapable of her own distress, or like a creature native and endued unto that element. But long it could not be till that her garments, heavy with their drink, pulled the poor wretch from her melodious lay to muddy death.
Alas, that she is drowned.
Drowned, drowned.
Oh, too much of water hast thou, poor Ophelia, and therefore I forbid my tears, but yet it is a trick nature her custom holds. I have a speech of fire that flame would blaze, but that this folly drowns it.
Let's follow Gertrude. How much I had to do to calm his rage. Now fear I this will give it start again.
Exeunt. Act 5, Scene 1, Elsinore, a churchyard. Enter Gravedigger with spades and mattocks. Enter Hamlet and Horatio afar off.
In youth, when I did love, methought it was very sweet to contract all the time for my behove. Oh, methought there was nothing a mate.
The fellow no feeling of his business. He sings at grave making.
Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness.
But age, with his stealing steps, hath clawed me in his clutch and have shipped me into the land as if I had never been touched.
That skull had a tongue in it and could sing once. Oh, how the knave jowls it to the ground as if it were Cain's jawbone that did the first murder. This might be the pate of a politician, which this ass now o'erreaches, one that would circumvent God, might it not?
It might, my lord.
Oh, it's in tune. That's lucky. A pickaxe and a spade for an shouting cheat over a pit of clay, oh, to be made for such a guest is me.
There's another. Why may not that be the skull of a lawyer? Where be his quiddities now, his quillets, his cases, his tenures, and his tricks? Why does he suffer this rude knave to knock him about the sconce with a dirty shovel, and will not tell him of his action of battery? Wait, I will speak to this fellow. Whose grave's this, Sirrah?
Ah! Zombies! No! Mine, sir. All for of it, clay to be made for.
I think it be thine indeed. Thou liest in it.
You lie out on, sir, and therefore 'tis not yours. For my part, I do not lie in it, yet it is mine.
Thou dost lie in it, to be in't and say it is thine. 'Tis for the dead, not for the quick. Therefore, thou liest.
Oh, 'tis a quick lie, sir. 'Twill away again from me to you.
What man dost thou dig it for?
For no man, sir.
What woman then?
Oh, for none neither.
Who is to be buried in't?
One that was a woman, sir, but rest her soul, she is dead.
How absolute the knave is! How long hast thou been a grave maker?
Oh, of all the days of the year. I came to it that day that our last King Hamlet overcame Fortinbras.
How long ago is that since?
Cannot you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was that very day that young Hamlet was born. He that is mad and sent to England.
Aye, marry, why was he sent into England?
Why? Because he was mad. Yeah, he shall recover his wits there. Or if he do not, 'tis no great matter there.
Why?
But 'twill not be seen in him there. There the men are as mad as he.
How came he mad?
Oh, very strangely, they say.
Oh, how strangely?
Faith, in with losing his wits.
Upon what ground?
Why, here, in Denmark. I have been sexton here, man and boy, 30 years.
How long will the man lie in the earth ere he rot?
Faith, if he be not rotten before he die, as we have many pocket corpses that will scarce hold the laying in, he will last you some 8 year or 9 year. A tanner would last you 9 year.
Why, he more than another?
Why, sir, his hide is so tanned with his trade that he will keep out water a great while. Your water is a sore decayer of your horse and dead body. Hold on. Now here's a skull now, hath lain you in the earth 23 years.
Whose was it?
A whoreson, mad fellow it was. Who do you think it was?
Nay, I know not.
Oh, a pestilence on him for a mad rogue. He brought a flagon of Rhenish on my head once. This same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the king's jester.
This?
Ian that.
What? poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times, and now, how abhorred in my imagination it is. My gorge rises at it. You know, here hung those lips that I have kissed I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now? Your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar. Not one now to mock your own grinning. Quite chop fallen. Now, get you to my lady's chamber and tell her, let her paint an inch thick. To this favour she must come. Make her laugh at that. Prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing.
What's that, my lord?
Do you think Alexander looked at this fashion of the earth?
E'en so?
And smelt so?
Oh, e'en so, my lord.
To what base matter we must return, Horatio. But soft, soft a while, here comes the king. Who is this they follow, and with what name it was? This doth betoken the course they followed did with desperate hand fordo its own life. 'Twas of some estate. Wait, couch we a while, and mark.
What ceremonials?
Her obsequies have been as far enlarged as we have warranty. Her death was doubtful, and but that great command or sways the order, she should in ground unsanctified been lodged.
Must there no more be done?
No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead to sing a requiem and such peace to her as to peace parted souls.
Lay her in the earth, and from her fair and unpolluted flesh may violets spring. I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
Ophelia.
Sweets to the sweet, farewell. I hoped thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewn thy grave.
Oh, oh, treble woe. Fall 10 times treble on that cursed head, whose wicked deed thy most ingenious sense deprived thee of. Hold off the earth a while, till I have caught her once more in my arms. Now, pour your dust upon the quick and dead, till of this flat a mountain you have made.
What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis? This is I, Hamlet the Dane!
Devil take thy soul!
Thou prayest not well, I prithee take thy fingers from my throat!
Hamlet! Hamlet!
Good, my lord, be quiet!
Why, I will fight him upon this theme until my eyelids will no longer...
Oh, my son, what
I
theme?
love Ophelia! 40,000 brothers could not with all their quantity of love make up my sum. What wilt thou do for her?
Oh,
For
he
love
is
of God,
badly
dare
hurt.
do. Oh, would weep, would fight, would fast, would tear thyself, drink up Hazel, eat a crocodile. I'll do it. Dost thou come here to whine, to outface me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I. I'll rant as well as thou.
This is mere madness, and thus a while the fit
Oh,
will
will
work on him.
you use me thus? I loved you ever. But it is no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, and dog will have his day.
Pray thee, good Horatio, wait upon him. Strengthen your patience in our last night's speech. We'll put the matter to the present push. Good Gertrude, set some watch over your son. This grave shall have a living monument. An hour of quiet shortly shall we see. Till then in patience our proceeding be.
Exeunt. Act 5, Scene 2, Elsinore, a hall in Elsinore Castle. Enter Hamlet and Horatio.
So much for this, sir. Now you shall see. Do you remember all the circumstance?
Remember it, my lord.
Sir, in my heart, there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep. There's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will.
That is most certain.
Up from my cabin, my sea gown scarfed about me, in the dark groped I to find them out. Had my desire, fingered their packet, and in fine withdrew to mine own room again, making so bold my fears, forgetting manners, to unseal their grand commission, where I found Horatio, a royal knavery, an exact command that on the supervise, no leisure bated, my head should be struck off.
It's possible.
Here's the commission. Read it at more leisure. But wilt thou hear now how I did proceed?
I beseech you.
I sat me down, devised a new commission, wrote it fair, in earnest conjuration from the king, as England was her faithful tributary, that on the view and knowing of these contents, without debasement, further, more or less, he should those bearers put to sudden death, not shriving time allowed.
How was this sealed?
Why, even in that was heaven ordinant. I had my father's signet in my purse, which was the model of the Danish seal, subscribed it, gave it the impression, placed it safely, the changeling never known. Now, the next day was our sea fight, and what to that was sequent thou knowest already.
So Guildenstern and Rosencrantz go to it?
Why, man, they did make love to this employment. They are not near my conscience. Their defeat does by their own insinuation grow.
Why, what a king is this? It must be shortly known to him from England what is the issue of the business there.
It will be short. The interim's mine. But I am very sorry, good Horatio, that to Laertes I forgot myself. For by the image of my cause I see the portraiture of his. I'll court his favours, but sure the bravery of his grief did put me into a towering passion.
Peace. Who comes here?
Your lordship is right welcome back to Denmark!
I humbly thank you, sir. Dost thou know this water fly?
No, my good lord.
Thy state is the more gracious, but 'tis a vice to know him.
Sweet lords, if your lordship were at leisure, I should impart a thing to you from his majesty.
I will receive it, sir, with all diligence of spirit. Put your bonnet to its right use, 'tis for the head.
Oh, I thank your lordship, 'tis very hot.
Oh, no, believe me, 'tis very cold. The wind is northerly.
It is the indifferent cold, my lords, indeed.
Oh, but yet methinks it is very sultry and hot for my complexion.
Oh, exceedingly, my lord, it is very sultry as 'twere. I cannot tell how. My lord, his majesty bade me signify to you that he has laid a great wagger on your head. Sir, this is the matter. Here is newly come to court Laertes, believe me, an absolute gentleman, full of most excellent differences, of very soft society and great showing. Indeed, to speak sellingly of him, he is the card or calendar of gentry, for you shall find in him the continent of what part a gentleman would say.
Well, sir?
You are not ignorant of what excellence Laertes is.
I dare not confess that, lest I should compare with him in excellence. But to know a man well were to know himself.
I mean, sir, for his weapon, but in the imputation laid on him by them, in his meed his unfellowed.
What's his weapon?
A rapier and dagger.
That's two of his weapons, but well.
Well, the king, sir, hath waggered with him that in a dozen paces between yourself and him, he shall not exceed you 3 hits. He hath laid on 12 for 9, and it would come to immediate trial if your lordship would vouchsafe the answer.
How if I answer no?
I mean, my lord, the opposition of your person in trial.
Sir, I will walk here in the hall. If it please his majesty, it is the breathing time of day with me. Let the foils be brought, the gentleman willing, and the king hold his purpose. I will win for him, and if I can. If not, I will gain nothing but my shame and the odd hits.
Shall I deliver you so?
To this effect, sir, after what flourish your nature will.
I commend my duty to your lordship.
Yours. Mwah.
You will lose this wager, my lord.
I do not think so. Since he went into France, I have been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds. Thou wouldst not think how ill all's here about my heart. But 'tis no matter.
Nay, good my lord, if your mind dislike anything, obey it. I will forestall their repair hither and say you are not fit.
Not a whit. We defy augury. There is special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be not now, it is to come. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all, since no man knows aught of what he leaves. What is to leave betimes? Let be.
Come, Hamlet, come, and take this hand from me.
Give me your pardon, sir. I have done you wrong. But pardoned, as you are a gentleman, this presence knows, and you must needs have heard, how I am punished with a sore distraction. What I have done, that nature, your honour and exception roughly awake, I here proclaim was madness. Who does it then? His madness. If it be so, Hamlet is of the faction that is wronged. His madness is poor Hamlet's enemy. Sir, in this audience, let my disclaiming from a purposed evil free me so far in your most generous thoughts that I have shot my arrow o'er the house and hurt my brother.
I am satisfied in nature, whose motive in this case should stir me most to my revenge. But in my terms of honor, I stand aloof and will no reconcilement till by some elder masters of known honor I have voice and precedent of peace to keep my name on good. But till that time, I do receive your offered love like love and will not wrong it.
I embrace it freely, and will this brother's wager frankly play. Give us the foils, come on.
Come, one for me.
I'll be your foil, Laertes. In mine ignorance, your skill shall, like a star in the darkest night, stick fiery off indeed.
You mock me, sir.
No, indeed, sir. By this hand.
Give them the foils, young Osric. Cousin Hamlet. You know the wager?
Very well, my lord.
It is too heavy. Let me see another.
This likes me well. These foils have all the length.
Aye, my lord.
Set me the stoops of wine upon that table. If Hamlet gives the first or second hit, or quit in answer of the third exchange, let all the battlements their ordnance fire. The king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath, and in the cup an union shall he throw, richer than that which 4 successive kings in Denmark's crown have worn. Give me the cups. Now the king drinks to Hamlet. Come, begin. And you, the judges, bear a wary eye.
Come on, sir.
Come, my lord. Ha!
One!
No!
Judgment!
A hit! A very palpable hit!
Well, again.
Stay. Give me a drink. Hamlet, this pearl is thine. Here's to thy health. Give him the cup.
I'll play this bout first. Let it lie a while. Come. Another hit!
I
confess you!
A touch, I do confess.
I'm still win.
You fat and scant of breath. Here, Hamlet, take my napkin. Rub thy brows. The queen carouses to thy good fortune, Hamlet.
Gertrude.
Good, madam.
Do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me.
It is the poisoned cup. It is too late.
I dare not drink yet, madam. By and by.
Come, let me wipe your face.
My lord, I'll hit him now.
Do not think it.
And yet, it is almost against my conscience.
Come for the third, Laertes. Dally, I pray you, pass with your best violence. I am sure you make a wanton of me.
There you, sir. Come on.
Nothing leave way.
How about you now?
Have them, they are incensed.
They come again.
Look at the queen there, how? They bleed on both sides. How is it, my lord?
Why, as a woodcock to mine own spring, I'm justly killed with mine own treachery.
How does the queen?
She swoons to see them bleed.
No, the drink. The drink. Oh, my Hamlet. The drink. The drink. I am poisoned.
Oh, let the doors be locked. Treachery! Seek it out!
It is here, Hamlet. Hamlet, thou art slain. No medicine in the world can do thee good. In thee, there is not half an hour's life. The treacherous instrument is in thy hand, unbaited and envenomed. The foul practice hath turned itself on me. Lo, here I lie, never to rise again. Thy mother's poisoned. I can no more. The king's to blame.
The point envenomed too. Then venom to thy work!
Defend me, friends. I am but hurt.
Here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned, Dane! Drink of this potion. Is our union here? Follow my
He is justly served. It is a poison tempered by himself. Exchange forgiveness with me, noble Hamlet. Mine and my father's death come not upon thee, nor found on me.
Heaven make thee free of it. I follow thee. I
dead, Horatio. Wretched queen, adieu. You that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audience to this act. Had I but time, as this fell sergeant Death is strict in his arrest, oh, I could tell you, but let it be. Horatio, I am dead. Thou livest. Report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Here's some liquor left.
As thou art a man, give me the cup. By heaven, let go. I'll have it. Oh God. Horatio, what a wounded name. But things standing thus unknown shall I leave behind me. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to tell my story. Warlike noise is this.
Young Fortinbras, what conquest come from Poland? To the ambassadors of England gives this warlike volley.
Oh, I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite overcrows my spirits. I cannot live to hear the news from England, but I do prophesy the election lights on Fortinbras. He has my dying voice, so tell him with the events more or less which have solicited. The rest is silence.
Thou cracks a noble heart. Good night. Sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest.
Where is this sight?
What is it you would see? If aught of woe or wonder, cease your search.
This quarry cries on havoc. O proud death, what feast is toward in thine eternal cell, that thou so many princes at a shot so bloodily hast struck?
Sight is dismal, and our affairs from England come too late. The ears are senseless that should give us hearing to tell him his commandment is fulfilled. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Where should we have our thanks?
Not from his mouth. Had it the ability of life to thank you. He never gave commandment for their death. But since so jump upon this bloody question, you from the Polack wars and you from England are here arrived. Give order that these bodies high on a stage be placed to the view, and let me speak to the yet unknowing world how all these things came about. So shall you hear of carnal, bloody, and unnatural acts, of accidental judgments, casual slaughters, of deaths put on by cunning and forced cause, and in this upshot, purposes mistook fallen on the inventors' heads. All this can I truly deliver?
Let us haste to hear it, and call the noblest to the audience. For me, with sorrow, I embrace my fortune. I have some rights of memory in this kingdom, which now to claim my vantage doth invite me.
Of that I shall have also cause to speak. And from his mouth, whose voice will draw on more. But let this same be presently performed, even while men's minds are wild, lest more mischance on plots and errors happen.
Let four captains bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage, for he was likely, had he been put on, to have proved most royal. And for his passage, the soldier's music and the right of war speak loudly for him. Take up the bodies. Such a sight as this becomes the field, but here shows much amiss. Go bid the soldiers shoot.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your show for this evening. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, please come out here and join me. Give yourselves a massive, ugly, noisy Zoom-style round of applause for what was an absolute triumph. Congratulations to every single one of you. Those of you watching around the world at home, thank you for joining us. And allow me to introduce you now to the cast and crew, starting as always with our incredible producer, my word. Sarah Peachy.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah. I'm an innovation project manager and actor based in Glasgow.
Our associate director, stage manager and master of props, Emily Ingram.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm a writer, director and something else based in Edinburgh. Sorry, still distracted by how wonderful show that was. I can't even remember.
Absolutely, I'm with you. I'm gobsmacked. Absolutely gobsmacked. I'm music and sound, Adam Gibson.
Hi, I'm Adam. I'm a composer and sound designer based in London.
Marvellous. And our movement and fight director, Enrique Ortuño.
Hi everyone, my name is Enrique. I'm a fight and movement director based in London, UK.
And our incredible cast together has been put together by Sydney Aldridge, who I believe is on the call.
Somewhere. Send in the swing.
We'll hope you can join us shortly. Wonderful. And here they are. What an incredible cast. As Hamlet, Kristen Atherton.
Hello, Kristen Atherton. I'm a professional actress from Sheffield and I'm based in Brighton.
As Claudius, Emily Carding.
Hi, I'm Emily Carding and I'm a professional actor and theatre maker based in Hastings.
As Polonius, Michael Burtonshaw. Oh, we got you, Michael. Okay, never mind. Michael's good. Horatio, Emilio Vieira.
Hello, everyone. I'm Emilio Vieira, calling into you from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I'm an actor and singer and lover of TSM Go.
Laertes, Gabriel Acamo.
I'm Gabriel Acamo. I'm a professional actor, professional actor and poet based in London.
We're all at it. Gertrude, Sita Indrani.
Hi, I'm Sita Indrani. I'm an actor based in London.
Ophelia, Tanvi Virmani.
Hi, I'm Tanvi Virmani and I'm an actor in training based in Reading.
As the ghost of Hamlet's father, Miguel Perez.
Hi, my name is Miguel Perez. I'm a professional actor based in Los Angeles, California.
As Rosencrantz, Robbie Capaldi.
Hi, I'm Robbie Capaldi, and I'm a professional actor based in London.
And as Guildenstern, Mariam Grace.
Hi, I'm Mariam Grace. I'm a professional actor based in London.
As Marcellus, Gabrielle Shepherd.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle Shepherd. I am a professional actor and theatre maker from Bristol, now based in London.
As Gravedigger, Stephen Leask.
Hello, I'm Stephen Leask and I'm a small puddle based in Bedfordshire.
As Fortinbras, Darren May White.
Hi, I'm Darren May White. I am a professional actor based in London.
And our ensemble for this evening. First of all, Julia Gilzetti.
Hello, I'm Julia Gilzetti. I'm a professional actor and teaching artist and in San Diego, California.
Will Block.
Hi, I'm Will Block. I'm a professional actor and director based in Los Angeles, California.
Ian Blackwell Rogers.
I'm Ian Blackwell Rogers. I'm a professional actor in Washington, D.C.
Pedro Santos.
I am an actor and director based in London.
And Dominic Brewer.
Hey everyone, I'm Dominic Brewer. I am a professional actor, originally from Bristol, now living in London.
And our incredible swings for this evening, who in the event of technical difficulties or personal emergencies would have swung into action. You may have seen a cameo from each of them through the course of the play. They have worked so hard this week. First of all, Mark Laverty.
Hello, I'm Mark Laverty. I'm an actor, singer, and musician, and I'm in Southeast London.
And Victoria Raysook.
Hello, I am Victoria Raysook. I'm an actor and director and the artistic director of Food of Love Productions in New York City.
Fantastic. Congratulations, one and all. What a show. What a show. Congratulations. And including our kind of 20-minute start, that was a 3-hour, 35-minute broadcast. So pretty pacey for a play of that magnitude, I have to say. So congratulations on that. And indeed on all those incredible performances. Sydney, how'd you like it?
Oh, I loved it. I'm living my life over here. I'm obsessed. I've got a little curl like Emilio has, like Pedro's outfit, just everything. Kristen, Emily, everyone. It's amazing.
So glad you enjoyed it. What incredible work you've done to put a constellation of stars like this together for this show. Absolutely incredible work. Incredible work. Marvelous. So we're now looking for questions from our audience for the Q&A. Please do get those in if you haven't done already. I'm afraid we may have to wait a couple more minutes because the applause, the roses, the hearts, the emojis of all kinds are still flowing in right now. So we may just have to wait maybe a minute longer. Emily.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Can I go and get a different top on, please?
Yes.
I'm a bit wet.
Do it off camera.
And I don't want to drip blood on my carpet because I live in a rental flat.
Fair.
Thank you. I'll be back. I daren't touch my laptop. Hang on, I'll be back.
We can remote kill you. It's fine. We'll remote kill you. Wonderful. Putting Emily Ingram to work. She thought she was over. She had camera kill extravaganza with all those dead bodies piling up, but it's still not over. Oh, fantastic. Hi, David. Great to see you still with us. Hoping that we'll get some questions for you as well from our audience. Audience, if you've got questions for Dr. David Brown, please do get those in as well. I would be fascinated to hear those questions and indeed the answers. Have you enjoyed yourself tonight, David?
I absolutely did. This was a lot of fun. Thank you for putting this together and all of these shows. It's amazing.
Oh, absolute pleasure and privilege, mate. Honestly, it's a joy to work with people like this and to get to hear from people like you.
I have a question for David. My question is, did you make that crown or where'd you get it?
No, I wish I made it. Nope, I got it at Party City.
It looks like you're ready to be cast in a Show Must Go Online show.
Hey,
it does.
If I can be someone's understudy, just let me know.
Sydney, get it together.
I'm going to get it together. I've already got ideas. I have ideas.
Fantastic. Oh, so good. Wonderful. So we've got an interesting question to start with here from one of our alumni, actually. What were the conversations regarding cultural sensitivity as it relates to the choice of Hamlet's Dia de los Muertos makeup and costume? So I suppose it'd be good for Kristen and I to have a brief chat about that. I'd also like to just very quickly welcome and give a special thanks to the Ghost in the Machine, Rich, Kristen's partner, who valiantly played the corpse of Polonius, as well as the special cameraman for that incredible final shot there. That was the way that we were able to achieve that. So, yes, in terms of the Dia de los Muertos makeup, Kristen and I had a number of conversations, didn't we, about what the antic disposition, what form that might take?
Yes, I mean, I think it's. I would love to pick the brain of someone who is from this culture and who experiences it. The way I understand it is that it's the juxtaposition of death and life, that you have a celebration somehow within, you know, the passing of your ancestors and within the ever presence of the dead. And I thought Hamlet, being quite a well-read guy and quite a worldly guy, is very aware, and everything he does is loaded. Every single thing he says has a meaning. And so I think for our thinking, it was just that he was trying to do something that had a lot of resonance, and he kind of hoped that idiot people like Guildenstern and Rosencrantz and Polonius just won't notice, but that someone like Claudius, who is cannier and more worldly, would look at this personality he's constructed for himself and maybe understand that there's something unsettling going on, but not understanding exactly why.
Absolutely. I think it's probably worth mentioning, might be getting close to the bone here, Kristen, but both of us were goths in our youth. And so we both kind of started from a corpse paint kind of place with it, but then looking to try and get some of that vibrancy in it that will give it that antic quality, I suppose. What was so lovely about the Dia de los Muertos as a kind of cultural thing is the celebration of death, and the fact that Hamlet in that state is celebrating death, and is in a place where death is not necessarily a bad thing, even, you know, especially in To Be or Not to Be. He's auditioning the idea that it may well be, you know, better than the alternative. And so we wanted to get that idea that it's a natural part of life as well. I know that's an important part of that. And so those were the reasons that we kind of went down that route. It's always an interesting debate over, of course, cultural appropriation, and it is something that we want to be sensitive to. I hope this didn't cross the line. I hope it came from a place of wanting to celebrate another culture rather than to appropriate another culture. Obviously, we're not profiting from that because we're doing this free of charge. But also, if it's of interest to our audience, we can, of course, post some more information on the Dia de los Muertos and the tradition surrounding that via our social media, and help to educate people to that as well. So very interested to hear if anyone's got any follow-up questions on that. Of course, we can engage in that discussion. And if anybody else in the cast indeed wants to weigh in on this. Was that a maybe, Miguel? I saw you on mute there.
I don't know. I thought it was brilliant. You know, growing up in a Mexican family, you know, Dia de los Muertos was always a lot of fun. You know, we would go to the cemetery and have a picnic and sit on grandma's grave. And you know, in Mexican culture, magic is everywhere, and we talk to our ancestors, and they guide us. And I thought it was just a master stroke to have Hamlet dress up in the Dia de los Muertos look after having spoken with his dead father.
Yeah, absolutely. While we're on that subject, I'm not going to actually take it back to our audience quite yet, because I'd love to talk to you, Miguel, if possible, about the last time that you played Old Hamlet. I'm given to believe this isn't the first.
Oh yeah, no. I was with the American Repertory Theater in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Oh God, before the world was young, and I had the great pleasure of playing the Ghost and the Player King to Mark Rylance's Hamlet when he brought his Hamlet to America. And I have to say, tonight's work was every bit as thrilling as that experience. You know, the intensity and the commitment that everyone brought to every second of the play. It was every bit as exciting as that, and maybe even a few more laughs than what we had in Cambridge. You know, although it was a wonder to see Rylance wandering around in his pajamas. And side note, terrible poker player. I took a lot of his money that season.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that, Miguel. Sarah, do we have any more questions from our audience?
Yes, so I've got a few I've been capturing. So one quick one, just while we've been on the subject of the Antic Disposition outfit. I had to have a question, Kristen, which was your headpiece. Did you make that?
I wish I was that clever. A big shout out to a company that I collaborate with a lot called Shotgun Carousel, who are festival gods. They do all sorts of immersive shows at the vaults and whatnot, and that is a hangover from one of the shows that I did with them. So if you enjoyed anything I was wearing tonight, check out Shotgun Carousel.
Absolutely. I'll just double down on that as well to say I've been to a couple of their shows and they are absolutely excellent. So I really recommend you checking them out. Big shout outs to Shotgun Carousel. Wonderful. Sarah, do we have any more questions?
Oh, yes.
Good.
Yes. So I've got one for Tanvi. So someone has asked, do you think Ophelia's mental state made her oblivious to danger, or was it a suicidal plunge?
I don't think she was I don't think she's oblivious to danger at all. I think slightly a suicidal plunge, but I think what it is it was the pressure of her father, and then he leaves. Laertes not being there, he's gone. Hamlet's ditched her, and it's all of that and the pressure of trying to keep it together, and all of a sudden, she just loses it. Yeah, that's what I think.
Awesome, thank you. Cool, so I've got a question actually for David. So someone has said your focus is on the racial aspect, but can you also see that the racial aspects as aspects of power? And they've explained that is that no matter the race, the constructs of power are inherently unfair.
Of course, yeah. Can you? Yes, I'm unmuted. That's one of the things that I talk about, so I don't want to give too much away about the Hamlet, the State of Play volume, but Hamlet, in terms of thinking about hierarchies and how race is hierarchized, he's not positioned at the top in terms of thinking about whiteness, for instance. So that's why I love the way that this play is bookended by a description of the valiant old Hamlet, who is majestic, and he offers this sort of exemplary masculine whiteness that we don't really get to see again until we get to thinking about the book ending. Fortinbras, he comes in at the end, he's of a different culture, so there's stuff also going on with cultural difference and whiteness at the end of this play too, but he sort of restores what we get in the beginning. So yeah, there are levels to what's going on with race, even as we think about whiteness in this play. Thanks.
Thank you so much, David. That's fantastic. Sorry, Sarah, go on.
Thank you. No, sorry. Badly typing questions in. Thank you so much, David. That was brilliant. So let me have a look. What have I got next? I've got a question for Robbie and Mariam. I will throw to you. So someone's asked, after performing on separate screens in previous shows, how does it compare working together on one screen for most of the night?
Oh.
It's quite a different experience, isn't it?
There was a lot of negotiation of whose job it was to turn the camera and the mic on and off, who was in charge of scrolling. Scrolling is a big part of the show.
Also, we both like our script to be marked and highlighted in different ways, so it was
a lot of compromise.
A bit of compromise.
A lot of compromise in there.
And also just kind of logistical things like, oh, well, one of us can't stand too close to the camera because we'll block the other one out. But then also having an awareness, obviously, of each other and an interaction with each other without completely cutting off the screen, I think was the hardest thing for us.
Yeah, and I think to just go off that, something that we discussed early on was why Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are I think the first characters that we've seen appear on the same screen. Because obviously most other characters in Shakespeare are very much interacting with each other, whereas, and particularly in this edit, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, I think we have 1 or 2 lines that are actually to each other, and the rest of the time we're talking, we're looking out into the world, and so it really works with the medium that we don't get so involved with this scene that's happening here and block you guys out. That it's all, they're giving constantly to the camera. So we see what you did there, Sydney. I see what you did.
Clever. And it was a lot of fun as well, actually.
So
I think we should
much
say that.
Oh yeah.
It was really fun just being able to play with actually having another actor in the same screen and also having everyone else on the Zoom screen.
Yeah,
I
not
think
to
we
brag, you
really
guys,
enjoyed
but
that.
we got to, you know, have another actor around. But, too much. Turn off the mic.
Oh, fabulous. I loved it. I also loved the logistics that was involved in you playing hide and seek with Hamlet around various parts of the house that you're staying in at the minute, and trying to figure out just little things like having two mics on creates an echo chamber effect, and when do we have to like cancel those out and things of that nature. All kinds of things that you'd never expect to have to deal with. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Sarah, do we have any more questions?
Yes. Making sure I'm off mute. I've got one for Emily. So someone's asked, did your previous experience in your one-person Hamlet give you an insight into the role of Claudius?
That's interesting because in the solo Hamlet, Claudius gets no lines, but and I put in a little joke about, yes, this is my own edit of the script. So I just had this very dehumanized version of him in my head because that's the most recent version I've done. But I realized today this is the 6th version of Hamlet that I've been in. And I also played Hamlet in a thing that was based on something else, so that doesn't count. But yeah, so I've been in it a lot. And it was really, really interesting to come at it from this completely different perspective, because in my head, and having been so involved in from Hamlet's perspective for such a long time, and all of the language that he uses to describe Claudius and the absolute venomous hatred, to then go, okay, and switch it round, and then try and make Claudius as sympathetic as possible and get inside Claudius's head, was brilliant to take a play that I knew so well for such a long time and it become completely new and fresh. It was a wonderful experience and such a privilege. So thank you, Sydney, for that. Thank you.
Thank you for doing it. You did it so brilliantly, and I just thought that like you just went there, like you just didn't care, Emily. You just went there, and I love that. And yeah, there wasn't another choice, to be honest with you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks so much.
Wonderful. Sarah, do we have any more questions?
Yes, so I've got a couple for Kristen. One of them I think would be sort of nice to address more broadly, but first of all, actually, someone has said, first of all, Kristen was mesmerising. And when did she know she was playing the part?
With 2 days notice. Because the absolute, awe I feel for the whole creative team behind the scenes, because they do one of these every single week. So not only is the energy going into this one, but all their brains are already on next week and sort of the week afterwards. So they're not being mean to us when they're like, we're going to tell you 2 days before rehearsal starts. It's just by necessity. But that's the truth of it, is, we start rehearsals on Saturday, and I think I found out on like Thursday. Which is great, the terror. Hamlet's afraid. So was I. Yeah.
Brilliant. And then did you say there was a second one, Sarah?
Yes. So the other question was just talking about the vacillation of Hamlet's mental state throughout the play. So from before seeing his father to when he dies. And a second question that relates to that was, when does Hamlet's madness stop being fate and start being real?
I see. This is this is the question that me and Rob talked about when we first had our conversations, because Rob described this as the ultimate autobiographical part. I think every actor who takes this on finds the bits of themselves, and the reason we all most of us want to play Hamlet is that there's so much in him that different actors can relate to, and we can go on those journeys. And for me, it was a really interesting thing to explore what I think is Hamlet's genuine manic depression. And possibly in another era, we would have called that madness. And today we would call it mental illness, or something he's going through, which actually maybe a lot of people are going through, or, which I haven't gone through manic depression, but I have experience of depression. And so I was very interested to explore that is in him anyway. And then what happens to him is extraordinary. And I think for me, when he sees his father and his father is a ghost, he has a genuine mental break. And when he sees the effect that has on Horatio and Marcellus when they come back, and he sees the power of that on them, that gives him the spark of, I could put this on, and then people will underestimate me and be discombobulated by me. And I think there are points throughout the play where he slips back into that mental place, like in the scene with Gertrude, because his father comes back and he slips back into the extremity of emotion. And then there are other times when the waves just, and I personally think that those are the times when Horatio is around. I think if there's a love story, for me, when there's a love story in this play, I think it's between Hamlet and Horatio has this calming effect on Hamlet. And I think if the two of them could run away into the sunset together, Hamlet might be mentally well than he is otherwise the rest of the time. But it wasn't definite choice. It was just, rough little points and then see how it goes. I talk a lot.
Not at all. No, it was really interesting, wasn't it, that we talked about that idea that the antic disposition, as far as that was concerned, that wasn't necessarily true madness. But that, as you say, there are a couple of strings that can be plucked on that kind of resonate with actual madness, which I thought just made it really exciting. And I've always believed that ambiguity is a game to be played with the audience when it comes to things like this. And I think that was done beautifully, Kristin. So really well done. Really well done. Sarah, do we have any more questions?
Yes, so there's a couple that we've been asked that I can just quickly address. First of all, someone's asked, how many rehearsals did this take? So we had a first kind of discussion meeting on Saturday, which was getting everyone's perspective, experiences, thoughts on the play. Then our first rehearsal on Sunday, where we looked at all of the action and set pieces with lovely Enrique Ortuño. And then it's basically been a few hours on Monday and Tuesday, and again today, and that's it. So I think most scenes tend to be done once. We never do a full run before the show, so this is the first time most of the cast will be seeing the scenes. It's the first time we've all seen the show put together completely, so it is done at full pace. So I am still completely in awe of all of you pulling this incredible show off in that tiny space of time. So bravo again to all of you.
The whole truly was greater than the sum of the parts, wasn't it? You know, we knew that there were exciting and wonderful and varied things happening in rehearsal, but Act 2, Scene 2, there were parts of that were rehearsed this morning, if that helps to contextualize it for you. And so, yes, definitely one of those things where everything slots into place as you're seeing it, which I think adds to the excitement. Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely, yeah. And the other quick question I had was, someone asked, do the actors get the audience's feedback on their screens while playing? And the answer is no. We kind of ban people from using any other tabs on their laptops or their phones to preserve the internet connection. So yeah, the actors don't get to see your live feedback until after the show. The fortunate thing about YouTube is that it does preserve the live chat. So our actors can go back and watch and see your lovely comments, which is great. But yes, we're very much audience-less during the live show.
Could you imagine? I think that what Horatio did was quite shit. Oh. I'll change it.
The thing is,
I will fight that person.
So the thing is, the live stream is actually on a 10-second delay. So you'd get that note 10 seconds after whatever created it. And it had just become the most confusing thing ever, I think, if you were trying to react to it in quote, real time.
Time enough to do the action, leave the scene, and then get the note. Oh.
Everybody's favorite. What you should have done.
Also, this time I felt quite lucky because I finished after Act 1, so I was able to go into the YouTube, into the Groundlings, and I was trying to feed as much back as I could to the cast. So Groundlings, we had you in there a little bit more this time.
A smuggler. An audience feedback smuggler in our midst. Love it. Sarah, any more questions?
Yes, so I've got one for our lovely Gertrude Sasita. So someone's asked, how aware was Gertrude that the cup was poisoned and all the stuff around Claudius? And also, what did she see during Ophelia's death? How do we think she had such detailed knowledge?
Okay, there are lots of questions there.
You can do one at a time.
Yes. No,
Sure,
I
so-
don't think. I mean, obviously, there are lots of choices to be made. There are lots of choices. I decided that I didn't know the cup was poisoned. I think in other productions, it was an act of suicide, maybe. What was the other one? Details about her death. Well, that was something Rob and I discussed, that she may have seen it from afar, from a window in the castle, and then brought the story back. Was there something else?
Yeah, I think we said about the idea that she might have been on the battlements, just kind of concerned
Yes.
about her. Seen her climb the tree, called the guards. By the time they get there, it's too late. Nothing you can do about it. But
That's right. Yes.
had to be there
yes.
witnessing it for the rest of the time. But you know, it's one of those things. Some people believe that it's manufactured and that somehow she might have been involved in the death. I think that just speaks to the kind of level of paranoia that this play elicits, because of course all the characters have cause to be paranoid at various times. But for me, I didn't find much evidence to suggest that Gertrude had turned drowner. What were some of those other ones, Sarah? I feel like they were kind of quick fire. About Claudius was one.
Oh, that was it was how aware was she about the cup being poisoned and around Claudius and what he was up to, I think.
Yeah, again, that's another one that's been battered around, and we certainly talked about it. I decided that she didn't know, and the grain of suspicion was planted in the closet scene when Hamlet says killed him. And that's when it starts to maybe unravel for her that there's more to it than meet the eye. But these things are all choices. Other actors will play it with the knowledge from the very beginning and be tortured by that. But I thought I just wanted her to have a longer journey, I suppose.
Absolutely. Sarah, any more questions?
Yes, so I've got one here. Actually, I'll throw this one over. So for Michael, so someone said, apart from being awesome, do you make any connection between Polonius and Titus?
Can you hear me now? Yes, okay. No, I'd turn my volume right down whilst I was watching the second half, so you couldn't hear me sobbing. Yes, if I hit the wrong button. Titus, not really. The only connection I felt was when the cast thought that instead of saying, take this from this, they said, take this from this. And I thought, okay. I felt a connection with old Capulet because that's another domineering parent who is fueled by love. And also his daughter is breaking free and so on, whereas this is a domineering old parent who is, I don't know, he's so intent on his children not letting him down. He's not interested in them. I don't know. He's worried about his standing in society and things like that, but not particularly about his children. They just have to behave themselves, and he keeps such pressure on them. And I was thinking the different way children respond to that. Juliet went off and married someone secretly and carried on her life, whereas poor Ophelia is kind of crushed by it. And Laertes has to go off to Paris to escape it. And so I felt a connection with, that wasn't the question, was it? I felt a connection with old Capulet. I didn't feel a connection with Titus, no.
I love it when people don't accept the proposition of a question though, and instead give us something eminently more fascinating. that was great, mate. That was great. And also, I just want to point out that the take this from this, I believe, is entirely justified by the text as an in-joke of an actor having played a character in a previous production, because Polonius refers to having been an actor in his former days and having played the part of Julius Caesar and Brutus killed me. And indeed, it is believed and is very easy to believe that the actor that would have played Polonius would have played Julius Caesar in that production. So that was us taking Shakespeare's meta cue. Stephen?
I was saying that, actually picking up on that point, I think this play actually has a lot of moments like that, because the dig about the clowns has always been rumoured as being a massive dig to Kemp, because of this is, in theory, the first play that he did after Kemp, whatever happened between them after he basically buggered off. So there's a lot of digs in this play to that kind of thing. And just picking up on that, if you look into it, he's always making references to his actors in some way, either positive or negative.
Absolutely, absolutely. So fun to dig in and find all these kind of little Easter eggs that are hidden in there.
One of those real joys of doing the plays chronologically is all those echoes. You know, the fact that we've had the Julius Caesar echo 2 weeks on, the fact we've had As You Like It echoes 1 week on, it just feels exciting that way. And hearing all those relevances, you know, dropping Hyman back in there, you know,
yeah. Fans of last week's show will remember.
and I had a completely different vision in my head of Hyman because of that, you know?
Right?
He was on fire.
David Martinez just appearing.
Exactly.
So good, so good. Sarah, any more questions? I think we've probably got time for 2 more.
Great. So I've got one here which says, I wonder how, if at all, the cross-gender casting affected the politics of the play, especially the domestic politics.
Very interested to just throw that over to our actors and their experience of it, I think. All right, I'll pad for time then. While someone's deciding to speak, I will say that I try and think about it as little as possible. And if it's a masculine character, we keep the pronouns the same. We treat their relationships with other people of both genders the same. There's no question in my mind at any point that we had a Hamlet being played by a woman and therefore we should do things differently. It gives other angles for free, but not necessarily something that we consciously went, oh, now that we've got a woman playing it, we can do X, Y, and Z or anything like that. Emilio and then Kristen.
Yeah,
so Emilio had his hand up.
I'm sure Kristen's going to say something along this line too, but the lines about Hamlet and the feminine spirit came very much into the forefront for us, and how important the friendship is between Hamlet and Horatio. Not necessarily that there's a romantic air to it, although absolutely it could be construed that way and leaned into, but that they have an anima and animus that complement each other and round each other out in a really beautiful way that I think tracks very well. And we're not putting anything on. I think it tracks very well throughout the text. So it was just great to continue to use male pronouns, but be actually working with a female actor and diving further into what that means to have those two spirits collide.
I'd love to jump over to you, David. Actually, I saw you throw your hand up there. I'd love to get your insight on this.
Yeah, you know, as I think about how these plays were written for the stage in Shakespeare's time, and as they were, you know, performed by male men and boy actors, the fact that women were not legally allowed to perform on the Renaissance stage, you know, pronouns weren't changed then. And so I don't really think it matters in this moment now that we have, you know, a woman playing Hamlet, for instance. I think we just need to focus on the language of the play, and we need to focus on the acting and what Shakespeare gives us. And I think this performance for me with the cross-gender casting did so much in terms of just illuminating the beauty of Shakespeare's language.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. That's very nice. Shut up. Right. Okay. Sarah, do you have any more questions?
Yeah. So did someone else have
Oh,
a
sorry, if
hand
anyone
up?
wants to talk about that.
Throw it to Kristen. Let's hear from a woman.
Yes,
shall we?
absolutely. Yeah, right.
I almost didn't want to follow David because it was so good. No, it's sort of a sideline because I was a female Cassius a little while ago, and for me actually the politics of gender was important in terms of visibility for women and for young girls, because I knew I grew up in an environment where the idea of being able to play this role was not possible. And so just only speaking as a woman, the idea that we haven't transformed Hamlet into a woman, and so therefore it's this idea that gender becomes meaningless. It's just, let's just play the part, and going around, because we went around schools with this Julius Caesar that we did, and being a female / genderless Cassius, seeing little girls in the audience sit up a little bit straighter, because it's very male play that's populated by men, and half the cast was played by women, and one of the female characters was taken on by a male actor. And I think we had one comment in 3 months of touring from any of the kids, and the children had this idea that they were just watching some actors. They weren't watching a gender blind show or or anything controversial. It was just people performing anything, and seeing little girls get invested in fights and the excitement and the intrigue, and it's just about representation. It's just the idea that you see someone who looks like you and maybe who has your life experience, working class backgrounds, all